We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs today. All right, everybody, we've got a lot of stuff to cover, and let's talk about what we're going to be doing on today's schedule. So, if you didn't know, we have a Reddit over at reddit.com slash HackerFrogs, and we publish our schedule there every week. So if you ever wanted to know what we're going to be covering on these live streams, we do them every Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and we usually list out all the topics we're going to be covering. So we're covering four topics today, as per usual. And the first topic is going to be Hack the Web. So Hack the Web is a fun web-based game that gets us thinking about technology topics. And we're going to be doing that as our warm-up for the first hour of today's stream. So that's topic one. Topic two is we're going to do a little demo of the last few challenges over at the echoCTF Red website. They've got their CTF Beginners Network. And if you haven't checked out echoCTF Red, it is a very fun CTF platform where you can learn about cybersecurity topics. And it's, there is a paid service for it, but you can access most of the website for totally free. And so what are we going to be doing after that? So that's going to be the second topic of the day. We're going to be covering some web app challenges. Today's Web App Wednesdays, so we need to cover our web app stuff. We're going to be writing a web app afterwards over at, we've got this fun little article over here. We're going to be using to write our little web app inside of with PHP, and then we're going to see if we can get it up and running. So that's going to be the third topic for today's stream. Hello, Game Boy. Nice to see you here on YouTube, and welcome to the stream. Okay, so that's going to be the third topic we're doing for today. And for the fourth topic, we're going back to PicoCTF. We haven't done PicoCTF challenges in a couple of weeks, it feels like, but it feels like a really, really long time, because it used to be that we used to cover PicoCTF challenges almost every day. But PicoCTF, for people who don't know, is a very good cybersecurity education platform, and it's very good for beginners. But even if you're not a beginner, there are still challenges that can teach you a thing or two, and that's the most we can. That's what we like to see out of our cybersecurity education platforms. So if you don't have an account over at PicoCTF, it's pretty easy to make one over at picoctf.org, and I'll just get you the link for that. Okay, so let's go ahead and start into today's first topic then, and we're going to be doing the Hack the Web game. So the Hack the Web game is let me log out here for a second. It's a German game that is web-based, but you can change the language over to English if you like, and the link is over here. So if you don't want to make an account over there, you can use the demo account, and the demo account is going to have access to all the challenges over there as well. So the credentials here are demo and HTW123. So if you log in with that account, you should be able to see all of the challenges from the game. But I'm going to be using my personal account over here. And Game Boy says, "I was cracking your password." Were you cracking my password? I don't know if I have a password hash floating out there somewhere, but yeah, if you can crack my password, let me know what the password is. I think you should be able to figure out what the password I'm using for the Kali Linux box is, because it's pretty much well known. Anyways, let's go ahead and start into this then. The Shy Hat and phone number. The Shy Hat and phone number? Maybe. Mohammed says, greetings to you all. Greetings, Mohammed. Nice to see you here. And so we're just going to start into our challenges today. For each one of these challenges, what we're going to do is we're going to try to write up a little report, a little write-up, because, well, they say in cybersecurity, if you didn't document it, it didn't happen. So we're going to be recording the methods we use to solve each one of these challenges. And the first challenge we're going to be accessing over here is challenge number 62. Big Task at Hand says, hi, how are you doing? Nice to see you here. Big Task at Hand on YouTube. And let me go ahead and give a big old nyan cat for everybody who's here. Gameboy said it was a joke, just don't record when you log in. I mean, if you manage to hack my Hack the Web account, I'm going to be a little bit sad, but it's not the end of the world. I just make sure that I don't log into my bank account or something on my live stream. That would be kind of an unwise thing to do. Okay, so let's go ahead and start up our little write-up for this challenge over here. The challenge is called, I think it was called File. Yeah, so the challenge is called File. I'm going to make a new little write-up file on my GitHub over here. So this is challenge number 62. And it's called File. We'll make this a markdown file, and let's go ahead and record some information here. So the first thing we're going to record is the URL of the challenge, which is over here. The next thing we want to do is we want to record what kind of category this would fall under if this was part of a regular CTF challenge. These aren't really regular CTF challenges. They're way easier than regular CTF challenges most of the time. But the next thing we need to record is the concept for the challenge. So what are we learning inside the challenge? What do we need to keep track of? Gameboy says I would never. No. I trust you wouldn't do anything bad because we're not bad people over here. Conrado Fix. Hello, nice to see you here on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so what concept do we need to learn to do this challenge? And the last thing we're going to record is the method of solving the challenge, or the method to solve. So let's go ahead and start the challenge. So if you want to do the challenge yourself, this is the link over here. Okay, so what's going on here? So I want to tell you, you are wonderful. Well, that's great. That's great to get some compliments so early on in the stream. Anyways, so with this prompt, I generated an image to make the message more clear. You can download it here. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So it says picture.txt, and we can change the file extension of the picture. I think that's what we're supposed to do here. Okay, so what can we do? So we obviously see here that this is not a picture because the name of the file here is picture.txt, and to anybody who knows, image files, picture files, do not usually have the file extension .txt. So they're usually, I need to change it to PHP shellcode. That's not what I don't think that's what we need to do here. I think what we need to do is we need to change this to picture.jpg or picture.gif, just some sort of picture format file extension. So there's this little button here. I think we can change this. We can make a new file name. We're just going to change the file extension from txt to JPEG. We're going to click OK, and then I think we can click on the download button after this, and we should be able to get the actual picture file in this case. So we'll just download this. We'll click on download. It'll download to our machine, and it should show up in our downloads folder over here. So Huasin says it says you can find it in the picture EXIF. I think it's going to be much simpler than that. In this case, we just need to open up the picture. And yeah, so I think this is it. So the answer is Himmelblau. Himmelblau, I don't speak German. Blau is, does blau mean blue? And Himmel means heaven, I think. So heaven blue. But anyways, the fact that the game is on a German website means that we have to do some translation every once in a while. So let's do Himmelblau. Himmel blue. So translate from German. Sky blue. Oh, okay. So Himmel means heaven or sky, I guess. So Himmelblau means sky blue. Okay, so that's going to be the answer. And let's go ahead and feed the answer over here. So it's Himmelblau, as in sky blue. Click on go. Sky is blue. Okay, so Himmelblau is correct. Great. And let's go ahead and record how we solved that challenge over here. So category. Well, this would probably be called a general level challenge if this was in a CTF competition. The concept here is that there are these things called file extensions that let a computer or program know how to treat the contents of a file. So text files usually have the extension .txt. Picture files usually have the extension .jpeg or .png or .gif. Okay, so we'll just make sure that these are nice and highlighted so that when we... Yeah, okay. All right, so Game Boy says change the extensions to receive the hidden message. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing here. Okay, so the method of solve is, what do? Click on the change name button in the challenge. Whoops, here. Change the name from, was it picture.txt to picture.jpg. So, I mean, we could probably illustrate exactly what happens if you name the file extensions differently. It's, okay, so over here, let's go ahead and go to the downloads directory. In the downloads directory, there's the picture.jpg file over here. So from the command line, you can open this up using the xdg open command inside of Linux. But if you're using Windows, well, I don't know if there's a default program that opens a program up with its default program, but yeah. So if you give this command over here, it'll open up. But if we were to rename this from picture.jpg to picture.txt, then we wouldn't be able to open this up. Well, we wouldn't be able to open it up normally, and we would see here that we just get a bunch of junk information. So this is the contents of picture files. So picture files are mostly unreadable bytes, but they're readable by the picture viewing program and by web browsers. But anyways, let's go ahead and get out of here. Yeah, we can just close this. Okay. All right, so yeah, we could use Adobe. Sleepy Dude. Hello, nice to see you here, Sleepy Dude 1, and welcome to the stream. We're just doing some easy challenges over here on the hack.arg site, otherwise known as Hack the Web. And here's the link if you want to participate yourself. Let's go ahead and go back, and we'll solve another challenge. Okay, so that was the file challenge. I guess we can do the time machine challenge next. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish up the write-up here. And I guess I can play some music as well because, well, the silence is deafening sometimes. Let's go ahead and put on some moody space music. I'm all about this stuff. Okay, so change the name from picture.txt to picture.jpg. Download the file. Open the file within image viewing program. I think the music might be a bit loud. Let me turn it down a bit. It should be kind of hanging out in the background, but not too loud. Okay, so the answer is Himmelblau. Okay, let's record that and we can move on to the next challenge. So if you ever wanted to see the GitHub repository with all of the solutions that we've done for this game, you can find it over here. And I've dropped the link in chat. Let's go ahead and start the next walkthrough. So the next challenge is going to be Time Machine. And if you want to do this along with us, this is the link here for the Time Machine challenge. Let me go ahead and start my little write-up here. So let's see. 26 time machine. Okay. So the URL for the challenge is this. The category we don't know. The concept we don't know. The method of solve we don't know. So let's go ahead and take a look at the challenge right now. Okay, so this is the time machine challenge. So you look like someone who is interested in backstories. There are a few exciting aspects to Hack the Web's origin story, and here's a little history lesson just for you. So the concept of challenges arranged in a map has been adopted by Hack the Web from hacker.org. So hacker.org is another site where we can, well, it's kind of similar to Hack the Web. There are these little technology challenges that we can do. But if anybody's interested in taking a look, then this is the link over here for hacker.org. So this site is a great inspiration, but it didn't fall from the sky either. When the challenges were published in 2008, oh wow. So this Hack the Web seems to be a pretty old website. So a project that could be described as a hacker community has been on the domain for many years. Thanks to the Internet Archive, we can travel back in time and you can experience how this community got along. So here you can see a version of hacker.org from, oh, this is hacker.org. They're not talking about Hack the Web. Okay. You can see a version of hacker.org from December 18th, 1996. Hacker.org, underground resources. Interesting. Okay. So your answer is any one of the misspelled words in the greeting text. In the greeting text? Oh, okay. So the word resources is misspelled here. So I guess we need to, this is the answer over here. This is, well, I think they're talking about the Wayback Machine. So Internet Archive, the Wayback Machine, this is a way you can take a look at what websites look like in the past. Sank Logic, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so this is the answer here. Let's go ahead and click on that. Resources is wrong. Wait, I mean, this is, are we supposed to give it the proper spelling? Is that the answer? Is any one of the misspelled words in the greeting text. So let's, okay, how about this then? Resources is wrong, I guess, oh, okay. I think, I mean, this isn't what we're supposed to be looking at. I guess we have to follow the link and go to the Internet Archive. So let's put this in a new tab. Okay, so I mean, this looks like the exact page that they had on the challenge description. Okay, so what are we looking for again? Your answer is any one of the misspelled words in the greeting text. Welcome to hacker.org. What do they consider the greeting text? Hi everybody. Is this the greeting text? Oh, okay. So I mean, this is a misspelled word right here. Maybe this is the answer. Okay, let's go ahead and submit this as the answer. Okay, definitely is correct. Okay, that's great. Let's go back. And let's do our little write-up. So this is pretty cool. It introduces us to the Internet Archive. Yeah. Okay, so the category for this, well, I mean, we would call this, I guess you could call this an OSINT challenge, because we have to use our Google skills to do some research. Well, not Google especially, but you know what I mean. So the concept, the Internet Archive website can be used to get a snapshot of old websites from the past. Okay, so I guess we could also say that this is handy if some content from the internet is changed or removed. Okay, so the method of solve here is navigate to the website indicated in the challenge, and then click into the website, locate one of the misspelled words in the opening paragraph, and the answer is definitely. Okay. I call it the Mandela effect. Mandela effect? You mean the... what do you mean by Mandela effect in this case? Game Boy, thank you. Anyways, let's go ahead and commit these changes. And Shadow Node, I didn't see your message there, but hello Shadow Node, nice to see you here. And let's go ahead and give everybody a fun redeem. How about a desert frog? Here you go, it's the cutest frog in the world. Okay, let's go back and let's do the next challenge. When you say if something was removed or changed. Oh, okay, so the Mandela effect is, well, when you look at something and suddenly it's different. Oh, we've got some cryptography stuff here. Okay, so this is Pigpen Cipher. So this is challenge number 50, and let's go ahead and take a look at it. Alright, so before we solve this, let's go ahead and do our little write-up for it first. So we'll start our write-up. So this is challenge 50, Pigpen Cipher. Okay, so we need to record a couple of things before we get going. So the first thing we'll record is the URL of the challenge, then the category this would be. This is probably going to be in the cryptography category if it was in a regular CTF challenge, or a CTF event rather. The concept, well, we don't know yet, and the method of solve, we don't know that yet either. So let's go ahead and take a look. Love the crypto stuff. Well, I mean, I hope it's a good challenge. Let's take a look. Okay, so what do these angular signs mean? So we've got a bunch of... That's interesting. So we've got a message over here. We need to decode this. But we've got a hint over here. Luckily there's the following hint. A, B, C, D, E, F. What does this mean? So we got this these quadrants over here as well. So the first letter of the text would be T, and the third letter of the text would be E. So we need to figure out why the first letter in this text here is a T. Okay, let's make this a little bigger so that we can understand how the cipher works. So 1, 2, 3. The first letter of the text would be T. So we can, if we assume that all of these that are the same symbol are T. So this is a V, right? So if there's a V with a dot, then it's T. So here's a V here, and it's got a dot, which means it's T. So if there's a V, but it doesn't have the dot, then it's S. That might be... Okay, so to solve the challenge, this is, Let's break out our notepad so that we can start solving this challenge. Okay, so we're just gonna create test.txt, and how many... Hold on. let me get rid of some of this fluff first. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2. I kind of want to know how long this this is first. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So this is 20 characters on the top. Okay, so we need to figure out what these characters are. HXUU says, great content, thank you, thank you. I mean, this isn't my content especially, I'm just playing a game from this website over here. So let's figure out how to read this thing. So this is 20 characters here. 1, 2, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So this is, the second line is 22 characters long. So let's, whoops, okay. Okay, so let's try to figure out what's in the first line. So we know that each one of these characters here is going to be a T. So I'm guessing that this is going to be THE for the. That's my guess. So let's start solving this. So the, and I think the second line as well also starts with the. Okay, and if we know that, then we know that each one of these V characters is going to be a T. So the last character in the last line is also a T. Okay, and are there any more T's? Okay, it doesn't look like there are any more T's, but we can also guess that if there's a V character like this and it doesn't have the dot, that's an S. So the last character in the first line is an S. And let's spot the other S's so that we can figure out the cipher here. So there's an S here that's 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17. So the 17th character is an S. Okay, and what else? So this is an S. There are no more S's in the second line. The first line, there's an S. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The sixth character in the first line is an S. Okay, so this is an S. There's one more S in the first line here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So the 11th character is also an S. Okay, and let's try to figure out if there are any other H's as well. So we know that this character is an H. So this is a backward C with a dot. So I think this is it here. So this is the backward C here, and there's a dot, so it's an H. So this is how we figure out that this symbol means H. So let's spot the other H's, and then we can plug them in. Okay, so there's another H here. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This is number 14. 14, yeah, 14. Defus, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so this is another H. Oh, this is 14, yeah, 14 is H. Defus, hey, this is a German website that we're using. Speaking of international stuff, but if you want to take a look at this yourself, this is the link over here. And so there's another H. Are there any more H's? It doesn't look like there are any more H's in here. Okay, so we need to figure out what the L is here. So I think the L is this L here without the dot. This is an A because there's no dot. So the fourth character is an A. And let's see if there are any more A's in the message. So backwards L, backwards L. I don't see... Here's another backwards L. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the eighth character is an A. This is slowly coming together. The first letter is a T and the third letter is an E. Yeah, so if we're guessing this is a normal message, then it's the first three letters are the, T-H-E, and the first line and the second line both begin with that. And there are no other backwards L's here, so that's fine. Okay, so backwards L, and then let's see, that looks like a 7 with a dot. So 7 with a dot is an N. 7 with a dot is an N because it's this over here. This here, and then there's a dot. So with the dot, it's an N. So let's see, fifth character is N. Oh, okay, so it looks like the answer is probably... That's what I'm guessing. I'm guessing that this is what the message is going to be. This is a test, and this is the end. Well, if only it was that easy. But, okay. So I'm guessing that that's what it's going to come out to. So the next one should be an S. So character number 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, is the V without the dot. And that is S. And then the next one is the, what was it? This is the less than sign without the dot, so that's a W, according to the chart. So there's another E, and then this should be an R over here. So this is this symbol right here with the dot, so that's R. So this should be an I. Yeah, so this square without the dot is an I. So the answer is something. What is the answer? The answer is... The answer is, okay, so we got this this C looking thing without the dot. Without the dot, it's a G. The answer is G, and then after the G is what? After the G is this, the L. So the L, GK? Oh, no. This one. This L right here, this is without a dot. It's an E. GE. The answer is GEH. This is a test, this is a test. This is a test. Okay, so GEH, and then after the H is what? GEH. After the H is another L, which is an E. So this is an E over here. Let's see, G-E-H-E, E, and then a thing with a dot. which is backward C with a dot is H. Okay, we're getting close. Am I doing this wrong? Hold on. GEH. No. Wait. What character are we on? I'm getting confused. Okay, so this is the 1, 2, 3, the fourth one from the end. So the fourth 1, 2, 3, 4 is the 7. So the 7 without the dot is the M. And then the third one from the end is the 7 with the dot, which is the N. And this one is J. The answer is I can't spell this. I can't I might be translating this wrong. Okay, let's translate the second line then. So the second line, fourth character. Second line, fourth character is the C. And that's going to be a G. Am I translating this? I skipped 2. Where did I skip to? I skipped 2 I's. I skipped 2 I's? Diva says the second line is a backup if you fail on the first line. Oh, really? Hold on, hold on. Let's see. The something G and then L here without, so that's an E. The GE, GE, and then this symbol with the dot is an R. Let's see, GER and then a 7, that's an M. The German? I think I might have gotten some of these symbols wrong. Okay, so there's the A, and then yeah, this is an A, and then the 7 here with the dot is an N. So the German something something. So okay, so after the N is the less than sign. Less than sign is W. So W, I guess this is the word, W-O-R-D, W-O-R-D, W-O, and then the next one is R. Yeah, so this is an R, and then this should be a D. The German word for something. For. This should be F-O-R. So this is, let's see, F-O-R, the German word for something. The German word for secret? Okay, the German word for secret. The answer is this? Well, I mean, I probably mistranslated one of these. So what is the German word for secret? Okay. So if we translate from German, from English to German, secret is Geheimnis? Geheimnis? Anyways, not secret, but not literally. Yeah. I guess I mistranslated Geheimnis. It should be How do you spell that? Geheimnis. The answer is Geheimnis, the German word for secret. Okay, so I mean, well, we figured it out eventually. It took a little while. But let's go ahead and see if this is the correct answer. So let's see. I guess we can spell it with Geheimnis. Isn't that a zodiac code? Zodiac code. Defang. Defangle? Let me know how to pronounce your name, thank you. And welcome to the stream. Let's do a Hack the Planet, because we just finished this challenge.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so this is the answer here. Let's go ahead and do our little write-up. So let's just record the answer first. The answer is Geheimnis. And the concept. Learn to read a cipher. What would you call this? So a cipher chart. This is the Pigpen cipher. I wonder if this is a well-known cipher or not. It's probably a known cipher. Let's do a little search. Pigpen cipher. So the Pigpen cipher, also known as the Masonic cipher, is a geometric substitution cipher. So let's take a look at some images. Yeah, okay. So this is, well, okay. I mean, this is pretty cool. Alright, so I guess we can include this in our write-up. Where are we here? The first line is this. And the second line is this. Okay. The second line is the German word for secret. Now we can join the Freemasons. Yeah, if only. Okay, so I guess we can commit these changes and we can move on to the next challenge. I think we can do at least one more challenge today. We might be able to do two, but let's take a look at what's happening in the next challenge here. Okay, so the next challenge is going to be the Catchy Tune Challenge. No idea what that's all about, but let's go ahead and start the challenge in just a bit. Can we do it with Python? Cobblemaster says, this challenge reminds me of Detective Conan. Well, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of different little cipher challenges inside of those shows, because, well, I mean, those detective shows are all about, fun little puzzles, right? Okay, so before we solve the challenge, let's go ahead and do our little write-up first. So this is going to be challenge 42. Yeah, I'm not doing a decryption using a Python script. I think it's a little bit difficult because it's not using ASCII. It's using pictures. It's I suppose it's possible, but it's coding it out might take a little while. Okay, so this is called the Catchy Tune Challenge. Okay, 2, 3, 4. The URL for the challenge is this. The category, I think this is going to be digital forensics. It seems like it. Digital forensics. And the concept, we don't know yet. And the method of solve, we don't know that yet either. Okay, let's go back to the challenge here. Okay, so who doesn't know him? The song that gets into our ears and haunts us day and night. Here's an example of this. What is the name of the song? So, I mean, is there... You should do more of the crypto stuff. I am not very good at crypto stuff. I'm not very good at cryptography, but I mean, I'm willing to try. But what is the name of the song? So, hold on. I think I can let everybody else hear what's going on here. Let me see if I can set the properties here and tune everybody in to the virtual machine. Okay, let me know if you can hear this. Check if it has no copyrights. Oh wow! If it has copyrights and it just destroyed my YouTube video, then that'd be really sad. But what is the name of the song? So can we? Is there some sort of song search? I wonder if there is such a thing. Okay, so song identifier application. Identifier online. Okay, so let's see if we can find something in the results. Okay, identify songs online, Aha Music. Upload and recognize music and audio and video files. Okay, well, it used to be that Shazam used to be a really popular... Okay, so we can't... I mean, do we need to log in? If we need to log in, that's kind of... You can upload 10 files today. Okay, so maybe if we're not logged in, we can try uploading a song to identify it. So let's try that out. So I'll download the song first. How do we download? It's probably in the source code. So in the source code there should be, yeah, this one. So challenge42.mp3. Let's go ahead and download this. We'll copy the link. There's a mic icon in Google search. Okay. 1001 agency. Hello, nice to see you here. And okay, so we'll go to Google search. And there's a mic icon. Search by voice. This isn't what I expected it to be. I guess that's not really what we're looking for. But let's try uploading a file here. Let me download the file first. Okay, we'll move into the downloads directory. Let's wget that file. Okay, that's downloaded. Can send us the link. Okay, so here's the link. And let's see if we can upload it to the service here. So we'll go to downloads, this one here. Okay, so we'll click on start. Okay. So the title is Lost on You. Well, according to this application, it is anyways. Let me see if this is the answer. Over here. Let's try this. Lost on You is correct. Okay, great. Okay, so we managed to finish that one. Yeah, this was a pretty cool challenge. It's basically, well, we did image search, and I think we've also done image metadata, so GPS stuff. But this is the first time I've done like audio search before. And I haven't done this before, so it was pretty fun. Thank you very much for following Silbruyolov. Lost on You, that's correct. And welcome to thank you very much for following on Twitch. Anyways, let me give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so let me go ahead and get the link so that I can put it in my write-up over here. So use the following web app to identify the song. Okay, and then we will include the URL over here. Okay, concept. We can identify music or songs by uploading them to different web apps. I guess we could call... Oh, there's property details on the file. So, I mean, this is some metadata, right? So if we do exif data, exif tool on chal42, yeah, okay. I guess the other way we could do this is we could just take a look at the metadata. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool that, well, that there are a couple of different ways we could do this. Okay, so use the following web app to identify the song. Alternatively, we could take a look at the file's metadata with the exif tool program. Okay, so audio search. I guess we could call this audio search, image search, audio search, text search, or Windows property details. Yeah, I mean, or we could use Windows and look at the file's properties. You're encouraging me to more and more to reinstall Kali. I missed it so much. I mean, why not use Kali if there's no reason to not use Kali, especially if you're doing these cybersecurity challenges, because there's a lot of tools with Kali Linux. I guess the only problem is size, if you don't have enough hard drive space to keep it around. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Oh nay, thank you. Let's go ahead and give you a redeem. How about we give you oh, we were talking about the numbers earlier. Actually, no, we weren't talking about numbers, but how about this? How about some Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, let's go ahead and we'll do one more challenge. We should be able to finish one more challenge today. So that was the Catchy Tune challenge. Actually, I forgot to record the name of the song in the challenge. What was it? Challenge 42, right? Okay, let me edit this real quick to include the answer. The answer is Lost on You. Okay. And the last challenge we'll do for today is going to be, hold on. We're going to make a new file. Okay, so let's see. The last challenge we're going to do today is, let's try the @C challenge. Okay, so this is challenge number 3, huh? 1001 says, yep, we're not for that exactly, but I'm refurbishing my pentest skills. 1001 agency, I forget, do you work in cybersecurity or in some other security related job? Okay, so this is the link for the challenge we're going to be doing for the last challenge of the day. Okay, so this is 003. This is called @C. And let's see if we can solve the challenge in the next 10 minutes or so. So the URL is this, the category, not sure yet. Let's see, the concept, we don't know. The method of solve, we do not know yet. We do not know yet. Let's take a look at the challenge. Okay, so this is the @C challenge. Oh, we're taking a look at Morse code stuff. So how comfortable communication has become today. With WhatsApp and Facebook, you can easily send and receive messages from all over the world. It is easy to forget that 100 years ago, the situation was completely different. At that time, for example, in seafaring, one had nothing more than a beep and the Morse alphabet to communicate. Okay. Let's see. 1001 Agency says, no, it's just a skills thing. I'm a programmer and 3D and graphic designer. Oh, okay. Oh, just so this is kind of like a hobby thing, right? Okay, no problem. Let's see. I was working many years. I had to stop and now return. Game Boy says, oh, were you working? Did you say that you had to work? You were working previously as a security person or something else? Okay, so what is going on? So I think we're talking about Morse code. That should not be an obstacle to you either. Listen to this file. In it, you will find the answer to this challenge. So, I mean... Okay, so I think we're talking about some cybersecurity. Working in cybersecurity is fun. Yeah, well, I mean, I have a lot of fun doing cybersecurity stuff. Cybersecurity, Red Hat. Red Hat, okay. So... Whoa, that's loud. Okay, I think we can take any Morse code file and well, an audio file with Morse code, and we should be able to decode it using some sort of web app. So, for example, let's try searching for something like Morse code translator. We should be able to find something. Beep boop, yep. Morse code translator, let's see, just type numbers and letters and the Morse code will appear at the bottom. And is there one where, there's probably one where we can upload a audio file. Okay, this is not one of those. Morse to text. So this is used if you can, I'm pretty sure there should be one where you can just code to letters. Try searching MP3 Morse code audio to text. Audio to text. Okay, so Morse code adaptive audio decoder. I mean, maybe this is it. Let's see if... So I guess the first step would be to download the file, and let's see if we can get the download link for this. So challenge3.wave, let's copy that link and then we can download it. Okay, so that's done. We can Python script it. Onai says it's my third year as a pen tester and still have lots to learn. Send the link. Yeah, so the link is over here. So because I'm not, I don't want to spend too much time, I'm just going to do this the quick way. Let me go ahead and see if... Oh, this didn't bring this anywhere. Okay, so we can analyze an audio file containing Morse code. We can upload this. It's in our downloads directory. It is this one. And then play. Whoa, whoa, that's really loud. Is there a volume slider? Chart visibility, clear message. Okay, so we'll clear the message. Alphabet to decode into Latin over here. And can I adjust the volume on this? Otherwise it's going to be really, mute the whole tab probably. I think, well, just for everybody here, I'll make it less loud. Okay, so apparently the message is Mayday. Actually, you know what? I think it does sound kind of familiar. But yeah, if we speed it up, it probably sounds kind of familiar. So Mayday is something that it's a distress signal that you would send out at sea. So I guess the answer is Mayday. Mayday is correct. Okay, great. Let's go ahead and, well, we'll record the application that we're using, and then we can put it in our, I guess this is also considered cryptography, because that's something we can put into, it's something that would be in the cryptography category if we were doing a CTF. So the concept is Morse code, audio to text. And the method to solve, I guess the first thing we could do is we could use a translator application, like the one below. And it's this over here. Okay, so the answer is Mayday. And okay. All right, so everybody, I hope you had a lot of fun learning about these simple technology challenges over here, over at Hack the Web. And one more time, if you're interested in playing this game yourself, you can access it from this link right here. But what we're going to do now is we're going to shift into our second topic for today. And the second topic for today is we're going to be doing we're going to be demoing some challenges over at the echoCTF Red site. So if you don't know about the echoCTF Red site, this is the link. It's a cybersecurity education platform where you can do challenges, and we're going to be walking through some of these challenges. Let's go over to the network, and this is the CTF Beginners Network over here. Okay, so I've got some notes that we're going to be referencing when we do these challenges. Just a second, I need to retrieve those. So this is echoCTF Beginners Network. So these are all going to be web-related challenges because, well, it looks like CTF Beginners is all about web stuff. So the first challenge we're going to be looking at is this Squirrelly one over here. Oops. I need to download this. Okay. All right, everybody. Let's go ahead and start the challenge. All right, everybody. This is a guided walkthrough for the Squirrelly challenge from echoCTF Red as part of their CTF Beginners network. So let's go ahead and start the challenge. We'll talk about what we need to do here. So it says Squirrelly Bank Terminal and get your flag. So it says over here, hack the bank terminal and read the contents of the flag table. There is also a flag on the current table being queried. So it says here, to start the challenge, connect with Netcat on this port over here and this IP address. It's time to union select. Yeah, it's we're going to be doing some SQL injection. So the first of all, before we can do any of these challenges, what we need to do is we need to connect to the service. So if you're logged into echoCTF, you can go over to your profile, and I'll do this in a new tab. So inside of your profile, you can click on Profile Actions, and you can download your VPN key. So the VPN key, I'm not too sure what the difference is between these two buttons, but I'll just use the latest version of the OpenVPN key. So you can download that, and then afterwards, what you need to do is you need to run OpenVPN with your key in order to get access to the network. 1001 Agency says, a long time ago, I programmed a small tool to encrypt and decrypt texts, okay, but the problem is that the text was deciphered to Chinese. That's, was that intentional? And a few days ago, I discovered that it could be a good ransomware attack. Could it be? I should be rich now, but with some tweaks in the bad way. That's interesting. That's interesting. Okay, so we're just going to VPN into the echoCTF network, and then we should be able to access the challenge. Okay, so where were we? Over here. So what we need to do is, well, first of all, there's some really good information that's being shared here. We need to pay attention to this. So let's talk about it. So in this challenge, we're doing union-based SQL injection, and the challenge gives us a lot of good info in the description. So what good info does it give us? So it tells us that there's a flag table, which isn't the default table that the app uses, and that there's a flag on the default table. So there's a flag on the current table being queried. They want us to read the contents of the flag table, and they tell us how to connect to it. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to grab the netcat command over here, and then inside of our terminal, let's say this terminal here, we're going to give this netcat command, and that's going to connect us to the application. Okay, so if we take a look at the ID numbers over here, there's something apparent immediately. There's something missing from this set of numbers. So there's an ID 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, but there's no ID 1. What happens if we pick the ID for ID branch number 1? So this is, well, this is a flag, but the problem is that this isn't the whole flag. It turns out that we can't see the entire flag, and we're going to have to do something about this. So let's talk about it. So immediately on accessing the app, we see that there seems to be an ID number missing. So the ID number is 1. Unfortunately, it seems like the full length of the flag has been cut off. So we need to find a way to return only parts of the output. So we need to find some SQL injection that's going to get us the, well, the rest of the flag, not just the first part. So the first part of any union SQL injection attack is to determine how many columns the original query returns, which we suspect is 3 columns. So we've got our little SQL injection payload here, and if we give this payload, then we should be able to figure out how many columns are being returned when we do our union attack. So inside the application here, we can give a single quote here. And if we give the single quote, we actually receive an SQL error message. So it says SQLite 3 query, unable to prepare statement, unrecognized token, blah, blah, blah. So it tells us a couple of important things. It tells us that there is SQL injection in the application, and it also tells us the type of database management system that is being used. In this case, it's SQLite, and that's gonna let us know what kind of payloads that we can run. So One says, I love using order, but order by instead of lots of nulls. Order by. You know what? I don't know about this about that technique, but One, maybe we can talk about it a little bit later. But for this for this tutorial, we're going to be using the nulls when we're doing our enumeration here. Okay, so we're just going to paste in our payload over here. We can just kind of ignore the fact that we've got this junk output over here. It's just a result of pasting in the payload. So union select null null null, and then we comment out everything else. So this is going to be a test to see if there are 3 columns in the original statement. So it's a pretty good guess because there's 1, 2, 3 things that are being returned in each one of the rows. Remove 201. I think, yeah, that's gonna be tough. We can't really go back inside of our. Actually, hold on. I think we can. We can go back if we wrap this with RL wrap. Yeah, so if we do RL wrap, we should be able to... No, we still can't move inside. Okay, but that's fine. Let's not do the RL wrap then. Okay, so this worked. It returned nothing. The thing is that we're trying to figure out. Let's see. Okay, so let's do. So we could do like ID 1 and then comment the rest of this out. Or we could do, I think it's like this. Union select null, 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 and then comment everything else out. No, that's not what they like. Is it like this? Null, 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 comment everything else out. Yeah. So this is, so if we get this, then we should see everything here, but it also returns, which means we used the right number of columns for the union select. Should only do 1 double quote after 1. Well, I mean this works. Yeah. Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about this, and then we'll continue. So we managed to figure out how many columns are being used. In this case, it's 3. And the next thing we need to do is we need to enumerate which DBMS system is being used. And from the error messages, we figured out that SQLite is being used. And we're going to be using payloads that are compatible with that system. Depending on which one is being used, SQLite or MySQL or Postgres, they all have slightly different syntax for their commands. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to get the table names. To get the full contents of the flag, we'll need to know which table it's in. So we're going to use a payload like this, which is compatible with SQLite. So I'm pretty sure I can't... Oh, I can. Oh, that's good. Okay. I was afraid that that the chat wasn't going to like this stuff. Okay, so you're going to union select null name null. The reason why we're using the second column to return the name from SQLite master, where type equals table, is because the name column is the largest column. The first column and the third column are kind of short, and we're using the largest column here to return the info. So if we go down here, and we put in the payload, we see that there are two tables that are being used by the database. There's branches and there's flag. So we can guess that the table that we're looking at currently is the branches table. And there's also the flag table that we were told about. So the next thing we need to do is column name enumeration. So normally we would need to enumerate the table's column names, but we can kind of guess from the app's output. But if you couldn't guess from the app's output, we could use this payload here as well. So we give this payload here, and so for the branches, we got ID, name, and rate. So these are the same as what is output over here. And what we want to do is we want to get more from this over here, the name column. So the name column is what we're going to be targeting. So we want to return the first 20 characters from the flag. So we can return only the first 20 characters of the row using the substring function over here. So this payload over here is going to return only the first, well, starting from the first character and then returning 20 characters from the name column from branches. So the name of the table here. If we give this payload here then we get the first 20 characters from the flag here. So the next step is to return the next 20 characters using a very similar payload. So this is the result over here. If we give this one, we want to return the next 20 characters starting at character number 21 and going for 20 characters. It's the same thing, only we've changed the start character from the first character to the 20th character, or the 21st rather. This is the payload here. Okay, so we can just plug that in, and this is the other half of the flag. So this is the first 20 characters of the flag. This is the second 20 characters of the flag. If we put this together, then we can submit this flag. So let me just demonstrate this. I'll copy it. I will put it in here. We'll copy this. So this is the whole flag. The whole first flag anyways. There are two flags. So I'll copy this. I will try submitting this to echoCTF. It's going to tell me that I've submitted this flag before. Yeah, so this is claimed before because I've already finished the challenge. So the only thing we need to do now is we need to get the second flag. So for the second flag, all we need to do now is to switch out the name of the table from branches to the flag table. So this is the payload we use in this case. Can I highlight it all? Okay. Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch and you're not subscribed or following, please do so because it helps me spread the word of cybersecurity to everybody I can. Thank you very much. Okay, so let's get the second payload. The second payload over here. We'll paste it in, and this is the flag table, and this is the second flag, the first 20 characters. We're just going to put this in another tab, and then we'll get the second half. So the second half, just like the first flag, we can do the same thing. Oh, wait. That was the wrong table. Was it the wrong table? Hold on. Yeah, okay. That wasn't the wrong table. So the second payload is this. Here. And that gets the second half of the flag. So we just need to copy this and then put the flag together, and then submit it to the echoCTF website, and then we're finished. Okay, so I will plug this in. It'll tell me that I've claimed the flag before, because I have. And alright, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Score Rally Challenge from the echoCTF platform in their CTF Beginners Network. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video, and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, let's move on to the next challenge. If you have any questions about anything that you saw during this challenge, let us know, and we'll try to answer your questions as best as we can. Okay, let's go over to the next challenge. It's going to be the Stackler challenge. This one is actually a pretty fun challenge. It's a buffer overflow challenge, but it's buffer overflow into command injection. So if you want to try this out for yourself, let me get it. This is the link over here. Okay, so let me get everything ready. Nice, now it's time to X41. Hex 41, if anybody doesn't know, is the hexadecimal code for the A character. I think it's the capital A character. Anyways, okay, let's go ahead and start the challenge. Where are we? Here. Let me get rid of this stuff first. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Stackler challenge, which is on echoCTF, the echoCTF platform in their CTF Beginners network. Alright, let's go ahead and start the challenge. 1001 Agency says, I did a lot of real SQL injections before, and I find that I miss some commands while watching this. I missed some commands while watching this stream. No worries. I mean, every time I do SQL injection, I have to retrain myself. I need to reteach myself how to do the SQL commands, because I kind of forget every time. Okay, so it says here, can you guess the random word? So it says, this system generates a 20-character random word each time, so guessing it is quite hard. Still, there is a way to force your way around and get access to the flag that can be found on the same folder as the challenge. So it says to start the challenge, connect with netcat. Okay, so this command over here, your timer starts from the first time you connect to the service. So to start the challenge, we're going to grab this command over here with netcat, and it says there's a 20-character random word each time. So when we access the challenge here, it's going to say, guess the word I'm thinking of, and you win a shell. So the characters that it uses for the password, they're random. And each time we do it, it's a different word that we have to guess. So we're not going to be getting it done this way, but the name of the challenge kind of gives us an indication what we're supposed to do. So it's called Stackler, and that reminds me of stack buffer overflows. Let's talk a little bit more about it over here. Okay, so we're doing buffer overflow in this challenge. The program seems to be looking for some sort of password, but each time the app is run, the password seems to be different. So one time it's this, another time it's this. So if you send a bunch of A characters as input, the password variable that is being compared will be overwritten, and it appears that the ID command is being run. So if we just give a bunch of A's as the input to the program, so we can do it like this. So we're just going to echo out a bunch of A characters here, and we're going to pipe it into the netcat program over here to access the challenge. So if we're not sending enough A's, we can always just increase the number of characters that we're sending to the application. Okay, so if we send like a bunch of A's, it's I think it's 64 A's in this case, if you were wondering. But in this case, it doesn't really matter if you're very precise when you're doing this, because as soon as you get beyond a certain point, the A characters here overwrite the password that is being checked for, and then when you succeed, it runs a system command for you. So it runs the ID command here. It tells us that we're the root user. That's pretty handy, but let's talk a little bit more about this. So since the program is using OS commands, okay, so if you send a bunch of A characters as input, the password variable that is being compared will be overwritten, and it appears that the ID command is being run. So typically on Linux systems, if you run the ID command, it's going to give you something that looks kind of like this. And here it tells us that we're running as the root user. So since the program is using OS commands, we can attempt OS command injection with this payload. So after all of our A's, we're just going to terminate the command here, and then we're going to run whatever command we want to. So in this case, let's go back. Okay, so at the end of our payload, the bunch of A's, we're going to terminate the command with the semicolon, and we're going to ask, who am I? So we already know we're running as root. And it looks like it didn't run the who am I command. I think to get this working, we just need to supply a few more A's. Okay, MI not found. So it looks like it's now trying to run this part of the who am I command, which means that we haven't successfully overwritten everything. I think we need to send 4 more characters to get the whole who am I command. So we're just gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, run it again. Okay, so now we're able to run the who am I command, and it says we're running as the root user. Alright, so what can we do with this? So the output from the app confirms that we can run OS commands. So we can use this payload over here to establish a reverse shell connection from our client machine. So we're just going to give this reverse shell command to the application to get a reverse shell on the target. Yeah, we're going to be checking the flag locations in a little bit. So before we do this, what we need to do on our client machine is we need to set up a netcat listener. So the netcat listener over here, we're just going to run it with rlwrap, but you can just use a regular old netcat shell if you don't have rlwrap installed. So with this command, we set up a listener with netcat on our attacker machine, which is listening on port 443. What we need to do is we need to get our IP address. So you can use the IPA command to get that IP address. Okay, everybody, we've got an ad running on Twitch, so we run one on YouTube, and what we're going to do is we're going to hang out with the birds for about a minute. So enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about 60 seconds because we need to take a little ad break and a little water break. So if you need to get some water or get up and stretch, now's the time to do so. See you in about 50 seconds. Okay, we'll be coming back in about 20 seconds. I hope you enjoyed the birds. I think these birds are super cute, and they're called Stellar's jays, and they're pretty much found on the west coast of North America. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. 1001 Agency says, imagine instead of terminal using PowerShell. Well, I mean, we could probably figure out what system is, what kind of OS is being run from the output that we get from the terminal. Yeah. Okay. So here it says that my internet address is this on the ton0 interface, which is the one that we're accessing via OpenVPN. So I'm just going to copy this, and we're going to put this in our payload. What's our payload again? This is the payload over here. So if to anybody who doesn't know, this is what is known as the netcat. Oh, what is this called again? The netcat named pipes. The netcat named pipes reverse shell payload. And what we need to do is we just need to plug in our IP address and the port. So it's got to be the same port number that we did for the netcat listener. So in this case it's port 443, and we started up our netcat listener on port 443. So what we're going to do is we're going to run the same command on the target here, but instead of who am I, we're just going to plug in our reverse shell payload over here. So when we run this command, the terminal is actually not going to return properly, but what we're going to see if we go over to our netcat listener is that we received a reverse shell connection. So we ask who am I, we are the root user, and this is exactly what we want. From here, what we need to do is we need to hunt for some flags. So from here, we just need to hunt down the flags. For this machine, they're located in the above locations. So we're not going to be submitting the flags because I've already submitted all the flags for this challenge, but I'm just going to illustrate where the flags are. So the first one, there's one in the echoCTF directory here. So immediately in the current directory, there's a flag over here. So this is the flag. The next flag is in the HackerFrogs file over here. So if we take a look at etc shadow, and we can look at it because we're currently running as the root user. We're going to see another flag in the shadow file. So the next flag is in the password file. We're going to take a look at etc password. So it's got this funny spelling, just keep in mind that it's PASSWD without the O and the R. Okay, so this is the third flag. The fourth flag is inside the root directory itself, so we just need to move into the root directory with the cd command, and this is flag number 4 inside the root directory. So the last flag is going to be in the environment variable. So on a Linux terminal, you can get a bunch of different environment variables by typing in the command env, and in this case, there is an echoCTF flag variable, and this is the last flag for the challenge. So I'm just gonna copy this and submit this just to show that these flags are legitimate. Okay, we're gonna paste in the flag. We're gonna try to submit it, and it says it was playing before because it was. Okay, so everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Stackler challenge from the echoCTF platform as part of their CTF Beginners network. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Alright, everybody, we're going to be doing one more challenge, and this is going to be... It's going to be a slightly different challenge, but what we need to do is we need to use our burp suite to do this web app challenge. I'm actually kind of surprised that this is the first time we're loading up Burp Suite, because most of the time when we do these web app challenges, we're going to be using Burp Suite to intercept requests and stuff like that. Cyberner Dante says, hooray for Burp Suite. So Cyberner Dante, you said, I think you mentioned to me that you tried out Kaido But how do you enjoy using Kaido as opposed to Burp Suite? Okay, so we got our proxy. We're going to open up our browser, and let's go ahead and talk about this. The challenge is where? The turbine challenge. Okay. All right. So I need to get ready for the challenge by downloading the PDF file I'm going to be using to explain this stuff. Turbine. Oh, Cybernerd Dante hasn't tried out Kaido yet. Okay. I haven't tried out Kaido yet, but I'm really good. I've seen some really good stuff from it. I'm just put off by the fact that you need to give them your email. Oh, really? So you need to sign up for... You need to sign up for an account. Okay. Well, I mean... You kind of have to... I mean, if you want to use a Burp Suite Professional, you also have to sign up for an account. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so... Yeah, we got the Turbine Challenge. Let me download this. Okay, let's... Game Boy says, I have the full one. The full Kaido? Full Kaido or full Burp Suite? Game Boy, let us know. Okay, let's start the challenge. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Turbine Challenge over on echoCTF, which is part of their CTF Beginners Network. So let's go ahead and talk about what we're doing in this challenge. So it says here in the description, it says, can you make the wind turbine stop? It says one of our wind turbines is running uncontrollably. Can you force it to stop in order to send our engineers in there to fix it? So what we need to do is we need to scan the machine. Okay, so if you wanted to scan the machine, well, you've got their IP address over here, and what you want to do is you just want to go over to your terminal. You want to run an Nmap scan. So run an Nmap scan. We'll run it pretty fast, and we'll try to figure out what ports are open on the system. So we'll also run it very verbose so that we can get some output before the scan is finished. Game Boy says, Burp Suite, send us an IP. Mohammed says, it's not needed, you continue as guest in Kaido. The Community Edition is free and doesn't limit the repeater task's speed. I didn't know about that, but Mohammed, have you used a lot of Kaido? Let us know if you have, and what you think about the program. Okay, so let's see. So just to let everybody know, this is the port that we're looking for is the 1337 or the LEET port. So we can confirm this by scanning just that port. If you, well, I mean, the Nmap scan could take a really long time, and that's why I'm cutting this short. Okay, so this confirms that the port is open, which means, well, we actually don't know what kind of service is running on the port, because it just says it's a TCP port. But I guess we could also scan for the...
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Okay, I don't know how to read this, Venix? I don't know how to read your username. Please let us know how to read your username, but thank you very much. I made an account on this platform after seeing you on it, and thank you very much for redeeming all the things. Defus, thank you. Mohammed says, I'm kind of new, but compared to Burp, I think it's better in a CTF context. XR, okay, XR, thank you very much for following on Twitch. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so we'll just confirm what kind of service is being run on this port. with this nmap command over here. It should come back relatively quickly, and we're going to find out that this is actually an HTTP. It's actually running HTTP, which means we can access this on our web browser. I'm just going to access this in the Burp Suite web browser because we're going to need to inspect some packets in Burp Suite in just a little bit. So I'm just going to give the port number over here. And this is going to give us access to the application. Runplay says, good evening or afternoon. Hello, nice to see you here. Or morning, of course. Discord, we haven't started up our Discord yet. We'll probably be adding the Discord next month. But thank you very much for reminding me of that, Gruntplay, and welcome to the stream. Okay, so we see here that this is Wind Turbine Monitoring Station 42. And the challenge here says that one of the wind turbines is running uncontrollably. Can you force it to stop in order to send our engineers in there to fix it? So we see here that there's a button labeled Emergency Shutdown. If we click on it, it tells us this. This action can only be performed from localhost. So this is an endpoint here. It's called shutdown.php, and we can't access it from the web app because it says it can only be accessed from localhost. So what we have here is an example of server-side request forgery. So the application has a button which is supposed to shut down the turbine, but we can't access the page, and we get an error message indicating that the page can only be accessed from the localhost. So localhost restricted, this is the endpoint here. It's called shutdown.php. So to solve this challenge, we need to force the application to return local access content, which would be an example of server-side request forgery. So what do we need to do? If we take a look at the requests in Burp Suite, we can see that after each request we make, to the server, we make a request to the refresh.php page. So let's go ahead and take a look at this inside of Burp Suite. So in Burp Suite, we're going to go over to the Proxy HTTP History tab, and we're going to navigate all the way down to the bottom. So along with our request to shutdown.php, we also see all of these different requests to refresh.php. I'm going to put this into a repeater tab. And we see here that there's something suspicious about the refresh.php endpoint. If you can identify what the suspicious thing is, let us know. So if we take a look at the requests in Burp Suite, we see that after each request we make to the server, we make a request to the refresh.php page. And Simon Dante says, forge a shutdown request instead of a redirect. So there's a redirect here that goes from the endpoint. It uses the endpoint URL parameter, and it points to an endpoint here called API. And we can actually substitute this out. So the most important part of this request is the URL parameter called endpoint, which implies that the parameter is used to load in other resources. So if we know we need to access the shutdown.php endpoint to finish the challenge. So we can try accessing it through the refresh.php page's endpoint parameter. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to go back to Burp Suite. In Burp Suite, if we send this request, so this gives us an HTTP OK, and we can't render for this for some reason. That's kind of weird. But anyways, this gives us some output here. If we wanted to take a look at what this looks like in the web browser, this is what it looks like. Okay, so we basically get some the HTML code. It looks like the HTML code for the landing page. 1001 Agency says, what if we make an encryption program that encrypts data using the Frog voice system? That'd be clever, as Cloud4 uses cams and detects lava bulb movements to randomize keys protecting their data. Huh, that sounds pretty funky. Okay, but anyways, this is what we're going to do. What if AI figures out how to talk to frogs? If only, huh? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to replace the endpoint that is being referenced. Instead of API, we're going to use shutdown.php. So in Burp Suite, we're just going to replace API with shutdown.php, and we're going to send that request. And we get a flag. So it says you shut down the system, here's a flag, and we get a flag. So we're just going to copy this flag, and we're just going to confirm that this is the correct flag by submitting it to the to echoCTF. So we were able to access the endpoint. We're able to use server-side request forgery to access the local-only endpoint shutdown.php through using the refresh.php's endpoint URL parameter. So let's go ahead and submit this and complete the challenge. So we submit the flag, and it's going to tell us that we've claimed the flag before, because we have, of course. And alright, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Turbine Challenge on echoCTF as part of their CTF Beginners Network. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video, and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so, yeah, so Gruntplay says, Hi, Gruntplay, nice to see you here. And, yeah, so we just did a few different challenges over here from echoCTF, and we've completed the CTF Beginners Network. The CTF Beginners Network starts off very, very easy, but becomes kind of difficult after the halfway mark or so. I especially had a lot of problems doing the PHP type juggling challenges over here. But if you wanted to take a look at this yourself, then this is the link. echoCTF is a really great platform. I've had a lot of fun using it. Okay, so what are we going to be doing next? So this is the fun part where we get to write web app stuff. I've been meaning to teach myself how to write web applications for quite a while now, and I've got this little tutorial here that I'm going to be following to figure out how to create a login page with PHP and connect it to MySQL as the database. So yeah, this is what we're going to do. We're going to be doing for just a little bit. I have not learned very much about PHP. The only thing I know about PHP is the stuff that I've learned by hacking PHP applications. And this is going to be a fun little exercise where we figure out how to build things instead of trying how to break things. Grantplay says PHP is no good. I understand that a lot of people don't like PHP, but when you're doing beginner level web app challenges, you run into PHP a lot. You run into a lot of PHP. So I think in the service of trying to understand the applications that we're trying to break, we're going to learn how to code some PHP. Okay, so let's just work through this. So I shared the link in the chat, and Gruntplay says the only time I programmed in PHP when I was 15 years old to do some phishing. Fun fact, it was very successful. Well, you know, it's a good thing that we're not doing illegal stuff with our hacking. Yeah. Anyways, PHP at Laravel is conquering the field now. Really, Laravel? Huh. What's the difference between regular PHP and Laravel? Fun fact, the police were at the door 4 years later. Yeah. Well, I mean, we all did some stuff that we shouldn't have done back when we were kids. Probably. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all. Zeus Zeus botnet was nice on LOL. When you say LOL, are you talking about the game LOL, or are you just talking about it was nice in general? Okay, so we're gonna build a secure PHP login page. I'm actually not looking to build a secure PHP login page. I just want to build any login page. Okay, requirements. What will you learn in this tutorial? File structure and setup. Okay, so we need to local web server setup. I recommend you download and install XAMPP. So what is the X in XAMPP again? X is... What is X? So it's Apache something. Okay, so it's PHP, MySQL, Apache, PHP myadmin. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm sure. I mean, we can all use old computers to do stuff. Like, you know, there's no such thing as like a worthless device, because we can all use our devices to do something or other. Yeah, don't do don't do what Gruntplay is talking about. Don't get yourself in big trouble. Let's see. That's the hosting. Okay. Laravel is a set of pre-built components and tools designed to streamline web application development using the PHP language. PHP is the core P language, and Laravel is a specific toolkit built on top. Yeah, I mean, I didn't get into hacking. Well, I became interested in hacking well into my adulthood. But yeah. Okay, so we'll learn form design, prepared SQL queries. Well, we'll see what happens with these SQL queries. Some basic validation, some session management. Okay. So let's see. Start our web server and create the files and directories we're going to use for our login system. Okay, so Apache, MySQL, we're going to start both of those. I'm using Kali Linux, so I'm just going to be doing... Well, I don't think we need Burp Suite anymore. We're just going to get rid of this for now. Okay, so I think we're going to be using systemctl to start up our services. And my MySQL service, is it running? Yeah, it's running right now. And I think I created a little table with some usernames. And we also need to start up our Apache service. So we're going to use systemctl start Apache 2. Whoops, need to authenticate. Okay, so that's going to start up our Apache 2 web page. So we should be able to access the contents in the var www.html directory here. And I've got an index.html file over here. I think we can access the page from our localhost. So we're just going to do localhost. And this is the Apache 2 default page. Nice password, 1234, 1234, of course. Got me directly to the principal's. First time you did hacking was 9 years old. You got sent to the principal's office. I hear that a lot of people, when they were super young, like still in school, they did a lot of hacking at the library. Or they hacked the computers at the library. Of course, I do not condone hacking library computers, because you shouldn't be doing that. But anyways, what's the name of this challenge in the website, please? The challenge in the website? Well, I mean, we're doing this one over here. If you're talking about the challenges we were doing previously, we were doing the challenges on this network from echoCTF. But now we're trying to write up a little web page. Okay, where are we? So open the htdocs directory, create the following directories and files. Okay, so we need php login. Is this a directory called php login? I don't think we need to create this directory. We can just create it inside of our HTML directory. So we need an index.php, a style.css, authenticate.php, logout.php. Okay, so I think we can just create these one at a time. So we don't necessarily need to make them all at once. So we got the following over here. We got index.php, the login form created with HTML and CSS, and we'll include validation checks to make sure that the user isn't already logged in. Okay, so we got style.css, which is the style sheet, the CSS for the secure login system. Authenticate.php, which is going to be used to authenticate users, connect to the database, validate form data, retrieve database results, create new sessions. We've got logout.php for destroying the logged in sessions and redirecting the user to the login page. We got home.php, basic home page for logged in users. Oh, okay. So I guess after we log in, we'll be redirecting users to home.php. And we got a profile.php page as well to retrieve the user's account details from the MySQL database. Cool. Okay, so create the login form design. So we're going to create the login form itself. This is what the users will see. Edit the index.php with your favorite code editor and add the following code. So let's go ahead and copy the code here. We'll look over the code when we create the file. So I think this is index.php. Oh, this is not writable. We need to edit this as the root user. Okay. So what's going on in the code? So we got our PHP wrappers up here. So they're at the top and the bottom. Huh, there's no PHP wrapper at the bottom. Oh, no. The PHP wrapper is just this part right here. So the only part of the page, which is PHP, is at the top. Interesting. Okay, so we need to use sessions. So you should always initialize sessions using below function. We got session start, which is a function we're running. If the user is logged in, redirect to the home page. So I guess we're going to need to start up our PHP on Kali Linux as well. Okay, actually I haven't done this before. Is the PHP code going to run? And we probably need to turn on our PHP before we run this. If we come across a problem, I'll probably look up how to do that. Okay, so use the session start function. If the user is logged in, redirect to the home page. If is set session. So if session is true, then account logged in. Oh, okay. So if isSet is true, then session account logged in. And then we redirect to location home.php. Okay. Alright, and then exit. Okay, so what else do we have on? So we've got some boilerplate HTML here. We got our headers, and let's see. We can go ahead and rename the application a little bit. I think I'm going to call this the HackerFrogs. We'll call this the HackerFrogs app, and we'll call this the HackerFrogs app login. Okay. So we got member login. Okay. So it uses form action authenticate.php method post, and it looks like we've got the inside the form. We've got usernames and passwords. Okay. So login form, username, and then login form password. Okay, and we can also register accounts. Don't have an account, and then we've got a registration page that we can redirect to here as well. Let's go ahead and save this out. And let's take a look at what it looks like on the web browser. So let's go to localhost, index.php. Okay, cool. So we got this basic login form over here. We got member login, we've got our username field, we got our password field, and we got our login button. And we can also register for an account. Unfortunately, the register.php page is not there yet, which is fine. We can also take a look at all this stuff inside of our view source. Okay, and let's move on to the next step. So if we navigate to the index page with our web browser, it should resemble the following. Okay, this looks like exactly what we saw. Pretty basic. Let's edit our style.css file and implement code that will improve the appearance of the form. So add the following code to style.css. So we've got our boilerplate code. We can just copy it. And then, well, we're going to create the style.css file. Paste in the code. So honestly, I don't know very much about CSS. The only thing I know about CSS is that it makes everything look pretty. But I'm just gonna kind of trust that it's doing what it needs to be doing in here. And we'll save this out because web design is not. I know next to nothing about web design. But I do know that that the CSS file is going to make the web page look a little bit prettier. Okay, let's go back and we'll reload the page. It should look nicer after this. Oh, I guess it doesn't look nicer because we forgot to incorporate the CSS into the code. Okay, so we added this stuff here. Sure. So we've implemented a variety of CSS properties that will make our login form look much more appealing. Feel free to customize them. We need to include the new style sheet in our index.php file, and therefore we must add the following code to the header section. So the header section is at the top of the page. We're just going to copy this. We're going to go back to index.php, and we need to add this to the header section of the HTML, which is this section right here. I think we can insert it anywhere just as long as it's inside the header. I'll just make sure that it's nice and indented, and then we'll save this out. Okay, so now we should be able to use the CSS that is specified. We'll reload the page. Okay, this looks nicer. This definitely looks nicer. Okay, and what do we do next? Let's take a look. Okay, this is what we saw. So let's narrow down the form elements so we can better understand what's going on. So we need to implement both the action and post attributes. The action attribute will be set to the authentication file, as when the form is submitted, the form data will be sent to the authentication file for processing. In addition, the method attribute is declared as post, as this will enable us to process the form data using the post request method. Okay, so input text and password. We need to name our form fields so that the server can recognize them. The value of the attribute name we can declare as username, which we can use to retrieve the post variable in our authentication file to get the data. For example, post username. So in the post request, we're looking for the username variable. So input submit, on form submission, the data will be sent to our authentication file for processing. Creating the database and setting up tables. Okay, so if we're going to be designing a login page, the login page has to use the database to compare usernames and passwords. Every login system needs a place to store user information, and that's where our MySQL database comes in. You will need to access your MySQL database to set things up. Most beginners use phpMyAdmin, often included with XAMPP, but for this PHP MySQL login setup, any MySQL management tool will do. So follow the instructions if you're using phpMyAdmin. I don't think we are. Okay, so what if we're not? So you can use your own database name, but for this tutorial you're using PHP login. Gameboy says we can use a real site more easy. Essentially we require an accounts table, as this will store all the accounts, usernames, passwords, emails that register with the system. Click on the database on the left side and execute the following SQL statement. So okay, so we can actually do this manually instead of MySQL, and this is how we're going to do it. So I already started up the MySQL service, and we just need to access the service from the console here. So it's sudo mysql user root, and now we're inside of MySQL. So MySQL is in Kali Linux is actually using MariaDB, which is fine. MariaDB is a fork of MySQL, and we just need to keep that in mind when we're doing all this stuff. Okay, we've got our SQL statements here. Let's just copy all that. Okay, I think CTF name. I don't know what we're doing right now is we're just doing some development work, and we're using this this tutorial right here. So I haven't done very much with SQL aside from using SQL to do hacking, but apparently we're going to be creating a table, the accounts table here. So we're going to be defining the columns in here. So ID is one column, username, password, email, registered date time. Registered, I guess, is the time the account was registered, and the primary column that we're going to be indicating is the ID column over here. So when we define these, we need to define them as integer contents or string contents or something else. Okay, 1001 Agency says, I need a VPN to use that website. Oh, you're in North Africa. Interesting. I wonder why the website is blocking you. Like codeshack.io, I'm not sure. The first challenge is not opening. Oh, are you talking about trying to log into echoCTF? You're talking about this CTF website, right? Okay, let me see if I can switch up the music. Let's play some bippity boppity faster than light. You know, it seemed maybe you'll need to use a VPN to access echoCTF Red, which is interesting. I think if you want to get a good free VPN, I recommend Proton VPN. So Proton VPN is pretty good for its free options. Actually, let me get the link. So if you use the free Proton VPN, you should be able to access echoCTF by using a proxy in another country. Okay, so Okay. So ID is an integer of 11 characters or less. I mean, 11 characters is a lot of characters. So what's in here is going to be the integer value. The username is going to be characters, up to 50 characters for username, and the password is up to 255 characters. So the email is going to be 100 characters, and registration date is going to be date time, or it's basically going to be like calendar date stuff. Okay, so I'm not too sure about engine over here. So InnoDB, not sure what this stuff does. I guess it sets up some stuff. So UTF-8 is the character encoding set. But I'm just going to have to kind of believe that everything is supposed to be doing what it's supposed to be doing. Okay, so we're creating an account over here. Insert into accounts, ID, username, password, email, registered, values, tests, and then we've got, it looks like, I'm not too sure what kind of encoding this is, or what kind of hashing method. I could probably figure this out if we go over to, what is the website called? It's called crackstation.net. Okay, wants me to prove I'm human. Crosswalks. That it? These are all the crosswalks. Okay, so we don't know what format this is. Actually, you know what? Let me ask the AI, what hashing method is this? YesCrypt, okay. So 2y equals YesCrypt. So bcrypt algorithm, So this is a variant of bcrypt, a slow and secure password hashing function meant to resist hash attacks, brute force attacks. Okay. Oh, how to... Okay, that's pretty cool. All right, so what were we doing? Okay, so we're insert into accounts. Values 1, so the ID number is 1. Test is the username, the password is this thing over here. And we got test at example.com as the email, and then the time and date of registration is this. Let's go ahead and run the command. It says error, no database selected. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a database then. How do we create a database? Okay, so let me just grab some quick Google results. MariaDB, create database. Okay, create database. Do we have, let's see, create database name. So is that it? Create database, HackerFrog app. Oh, database exists. Okay, so I created it earlier, so use HackerFrog app. Database changed, and then we can put in these commands over here. So this is going to create the table, the accounts table. So we'll paste it in. It looks like it didn't work. Hold on. Show tables. So, okay, so I mean, create table accounts. How do we do this? Okay, let me just go ahead and ask our good friend Claude. How do we create a table with a bunch of columns in MariaDB. Jake, Mr. Hack, hello, nice to see you here. What are we doing? So we're writing a little web application here with the login page. We're just basically making a login page for a web app, and we're trying to integrate some database stuff. So in this case, it's going to be MySQL or MariaDB. Okay, so I think we want something that looks kind of like this. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at what we need to edit in another tab. Okay, so create table. They want us to create the accounts table. Okay, so we got ID, integer. I guess we need to define the maximum number of characters. So maximum 11 characters. Yeah. What machine? So what machine? We're working on our Kali Linux machine because we're trying to create a web application. The tutorial that we're following is this one over here. Okay, so primary key ID, username not null, auto increment. So auto increment seems like a pretty good. I mean, I think I want to ask if whatever is being given to us here works for MariaDB, because it looked like MariaDB had some issues with some of the syntax. Okay, so is this SQL code compatible? Compatible with MariaDB? Okay, the code is fully compatible with MariaDB. So, I mean, why did it complain then, if it's fully compatible? Oh, okay. I think, let me just grab the first part of it. Well, let me try again. Okay, so this is the first part. And let's go back to MariaDB here. Okay, well, I mean, why did it complain last time, but it didn't complain this time? Anyways, let's take a look. So show tables. Now we've got an accounts table. We've got this users table that I created earlier. Maybe we won't be using this one. That's all right. Okay, so what's the next step? So the next step is to create the user. So they want us to create a test user here. So grab the code. Okay, so we're creating the test user, insert into accounts, ID, username, password, email, registered, all this stuff here. So we're just going to do that, and then we're going to get the contents of the accounts table. So we can do that with the select star from accounts. Okay, so we got our ID, we got our username, our password, our email, and our registration date. That's all good. Let's skip past this part because we've done this already. Oh, this password is test. That's interesting. Okay. So securing PHP MyAdmin, securing PHP login, authenticating users with my PHP and MySQL. So with our database ready, this is the exciting part, PHP. We'll write the code that actually checks that the username and password are correct for our PHP login system. This is called authentication, and it happens in a dedicated PHP file that processes the login details submitted from our index.php form. So we're just going to create a file called authenticate.php, and it's going to have a bunch of details here. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. Pakistan Gamer says, I wanted to ask you a question. Always so optimistic. Horcrine, nice to see you here. And Pakistan Gamers, yeah, go ahead, ask any questions you like. That's fine. Okay, we're going to create the authentication. Is it called authentication or authenticate? Authenticate, okay. So authenticate.php, and we're going to paste in the code here. I need to figure, wait, hold on. Okay, so this is PHP code one more time. Did I forget to copy the end bracket for PHP here? Let me check. Huh, that's weird. There's no end bracket for the PHP. Oh, they want us to add a bunch of stuff. Okay. All right. Let's look at the file right now. Okay, so we got database host. So start the session. Session start. This is the function. We need to change the variables below to reflect your MySQL database details. So the database host is going to be localhost. That's fine. The database user root, the database password. I think the database password for root is blank, but I'm not completely sure. We're going to have a big problem if the database password isn't actually blank. Okay, so the database name is going to be PHP login. I think we're going to change that from PHP login to HackerFrog app. It might be, it might be Tor, but I'm not exactly sure what the MySQL root password is. I was having some problems with it a little bit earlier. Pakistan Gamer says, my laptop has been damaged for a long time. I don't know what happened. My family... Without it, my day was very bad. Are you asking me a question about how to fix your laptop? I'm not a hardware person, but if I can give you some advice, maybe. Let us know what's going on. Okay, so database password, we're not too sure. And then try and connect using the info above. So we've got a variable called connect or con. MySQLi connect is going to be database host, database user, database pass, database name. So this has all been defined up here. Check for connection errors. If we get a connection error, exit failed to connect to MySQL. Okay, so this is what we have so far. What's next? So the first thing in our PHP script, we initialize the PHP sessions. Think of sessions as a way for the website to remember a user as they move from page to page after logging in. Without them, the users would have to re-enter the details for every new page. So connecting to the database is essential. Without it, how can we retrieve and store information related to users? Okay, so add this code below. So we check if data from the login form was submitted. Okay, so let's add this next part to the file. So if not is set, post username, post password, could not get the data that should have been sent, exit, please fill both the username and password fields. Okay. And next. The above code will ensure that the form data exists, whereas if the user tries to access the file without submitting the form, it will output a simple error. Okay, Pakistan Gamer says, my younger brother jumped on the laptop. The screen got damaged and the fan vent got broken. I'm sorry to hear that. Why would your younger brother jump on the laptop? Okay, so and then we've got some more, we got the rest of the page. So I'm just going to copy this stuff here, and then we're going to go over, paste in the code. So prepare our SQL, which will prevent SQL injection. So we got an if statement. If statement equals connect prepare. Select ID password from accounts where username equals something. So this is the secure version of logging in, where we're using prepared statements instead of letting users inject their own SQL into the user forms. Bind parameters: s equals string, I equals integer, b equals blob. In our case, the username is a string, so we use s. So statement is going to be the bind parameter s string from the post username. Statement execute. Store the result so we can check if the user account exists in the database. Store the result. Statement store result. Add remaining code here. So it looks like we're not done with all the code. Close the prepared statement. Statement close. Interesting. Okay. So what do they want us to do from here? Okay, so leveraging prepared statements correctly will secure SQL queries and therefore prevent SQL injection. Okay, Pakistan Gamer says, after that time, there's a lot of trauma. I was doing practical work. I was learning Python, but the laptop broke down. I don't know what to do after that. Well, I mean, are there other computers that you can use? I assume that you're using computers to do your work or to do your study. Are there other computers you can use? And I mean, the other option I guess would be to take it to a repair shop, computer repair shop. But I mean, that might be kind of expensive. I understand how you it might be kind of a problem for you. Okay, replace the following line with this stuff here. So, okay, I didn't expect the PHP code to be so verbose, but I mean, I guess if we want to be secure, you have to make sure to put in all the stuff. Okay, so add remaining code here. Let's get rid of that. And let's paste in the code. Okay, I think if statement number of rows is greater than 0. Oh, number of rows is greater than 0. This is how it checks. It checks to see if the account exists. Account exists, so bind the result to variables. So statement bind result, ID, and password. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so we will run them on YouTube. And let's put on some birds. How about this little bird bath here? Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds, so we have to take a little ad break on Twitch. But enjoy the music and enjoy the birds. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Okay, so we got our we got our fun little bird over here having a little bird bath, and we'll be getting back to the hacking action in just a little bit. But enjoy the birds. It's always fun to watch birds having a little bath. Okay, let's put the birds away. We'll get back to the hacking. Okay, Cobble Master says coding time. Well, I'm trying to understand what exactly is going on in the code. I am not a PHP developer at all, but I'm just trying to follow the tutorial to get this thing up and running. So yeah, I think if the screen is cracked, you can try to connect the laptop to another monitor, and then you can use the other monitor as the output for the laptop computer. And I'm not too sure about dual personalities. We're not really here to talk about stuff like that. Anyways, okay, so what are we doing here? So we're gonna save the statement results to ID and password, and then we're gonna fetch something. So remember to use password hashes in your registration file to store the hashed passwords. So password verify is going to be the post request, the password, and we're going to set that as the password. Password is correct, user is logged in. Regenerate the session ID to prevent session fixation attacks. Session regenerate ID, this function here. Declare session variables. They basically act like cookies, but the data is remembered on the server. We got account logged in true, account name, account ID. Are these cookies? These are session variables. Okay, we're not actually sending these as cookies. That's good. Okay, so welcome back, account name. Oh, interesting. So we actually reference the account name inside the code that's echoed back to the user. Okay, or else echo incorrect username and password, else incorrect username or password. So this is the safe way to do it. If the password is incorrect or the username is incorrect, always send the same message that doesn't imply that it was the username incorrect or the password incorrect. Always say that one of the two or both of them, well, one of the two was incorrect. Okay, close the prepared statement. I guess this is all for the authenticate.php page. Okay, so first we check if the query has returned any results. If the username doesn't exist in the database, there would be no results. If the username exists, we can bind the results to the ID and password variables. Subsequently, we proceed to verify the password with the password verify function. Only passwords that were created with the password hash function will work. Okay? If you don't want to use any password encryption method, you can simply replace with the following code. So password verify, password. So what we have right now is no. So this is the code we have right now. And if we don't want to hash the passwords, then we do a direct comparison with the triple equal signs. So I don't recommend removing the hashing functions, because if somehow your database becomes exposed, all the passwords stored in the accounts table will also be exposed. Okay, the user will have a sense of privacy knowing that their passwords are encrypted. It's a good practice to hash passwords. Yeah, unfortunately, Pakistan gamers, we can't talk about psychological issues because we're not qualified to do that. Okay, the user cannot change the session variables in their browser, and therefore you don't need to be concerned about such a matter. The only variable that they can change is their encrypted session ID, which associates the user with server sessions. Now we can test the login system and make sure the authentication works correctly. Navigate to the index.php page in your browser. Type in a random username and password and click on the login button. It should output an error that should resemble the following. Okay, so we'll save out the authenticate.php page. Oh, I put it in the wrong directory. I need to move this. Okay, so it's in the var www HTML directory. Okay, and let's just move into that directory here as well. Okay, we got authenticate.php, we've got index.php, and I just want to make sure... Yeah, okay. I think we should be good. I mean, if you want to talk about hacking stuff, about cybersecurity stuff, this is what the channel's for. We're here to talk about technology topics, cybersecurity, web app hacking, network hacking stuff. We're not qualified to talk about psychological issues. Just letting you know. Okay, so let's go back to the page here. This one. So we can reload the page. And then we can try to put in some test credentials. So this redirects us to authenticate.php, but it doesn't give us a message. So because it doesn't give us a message, I suspect that something went wrong with the code. I think it might be because PHP isn't working. We need to start PHP. Let me figure out how to do that. We already have a PHP rev shell ready. It's just I use that file a lot, so I'd like to keep it in a place where I can reference it. Okay, let's what are we doing? So let's just ask the AI over here. Okay. We want to host a web app that uses PHP. How do we activate PHP on our Debian Linux hosts? Well, 1001 agency, I wish you luck. Download the yeah, so get the Kali Linux, start doing some hacking stuff. So Apache, let's see. Integrates PHP with Apache. Oh, okay. I mean, I think I already have this. Adds MySQL support, other extensions. Well, I mean, let's see what happens if I do this. Okay, let's save this. Let's update the thing. I shouldn't be doing this on stream because it could take a really, really long time. So we're just updating our... Does not have a release file. Updating from such a repository can't be done securely and is thus disabled by default. Well, hopefully we can install the stuff without... Okay, so I think this has all been installed, but let's check. Let's check to see if it actually is installed in Kali Linux here. So it looks like... Alright, let's install the stuff. Callmaster says, I don't think you have to install. Parrot OS is great, says this Game Boy. Kali really is slow and buggy. I mean, most of the time when you're using, whether or not you're using Kali Linux or Parrot OS, they're kind of interchangeable because there's a lot of the same tools on both of them. I wouldn't say that you should be using Parrot OS over Kali Linux. The fact is that Kali Linux is much more popular than Parrot OS. So if you're looking for something or if you're trying to debug some issue, it's much more likely that you're going to get better support for Kali Linux. But use whichever one makes you feel. Use whichever one you prefer, really. Okay, I think we're done. And what do we do next? So configure PHP with Apache. Ensure that PHP uses PHP for PHP files. So, So we're looking at some configuration files here. Okay, so we got index.html, index.cgi, index.pl, index.php. I mean, it's all here. Move index.php to the front. I mean, I don't think we need to. It's going to work regardless, right? Pakistan Gamer says, I don't know where to start hacking. Can you tell me? I know how to operate a computer. I've been using a laptop for 10 years. So I've got a starter pack. Oh no, it's just starter pack. These over here. So we've got a few different YouTube links. The first two are for IT basics. The third link is for computer networking, and the last one is basically cybersecurity exercises, starting from the ones that are really, really easy, and they become more and more difficult as you go. So take a look at the stuff in those YouTube playlists. They're the educational materials are from Professor Messer, and it's a channel that I highly recommend. So as for my own playlist that I have on there, it's going to be this one for echoCTF. And echoCTF is probably the first place you want to go if you're an absolute beginner. Just make an account over there. You should be good to go. Okay, so the PHP code I don't think it went off. Hold on. Okay, so if I wanted to do a very basic PHP page, Hassan, nice to see you here. Hello, and welcome to the stream. Claude code. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to use a bunch of different resources. What am I doing over here? Restart Apache, configure, let's see, restart Apache, systemcd, systemctl, add PHP support. So this is for Nginx. Test, PHP processing, create a file, and access is in a browser. Okay, I mean, I need to make sure that that the PHP is working on my server. Okay, and if PHP is working, then I should be able to get the information for PHP on this page. Let's see. Cobblemaster says, I found PHP to be hard even for beginner challenges. I mean, that's why you should take a look at the playlist. So Cobblemaster, take a look at the playlist that I linked on the YouTube. It starts off very, very easy. It starts off very, very easy. It really depends on the order of the challenges that you do. Okay, so let's go over to localhost info.php. Okay, so PHP is working. Okay, so I mean, Pakistan gamers, I take a look at the stuff that I sent in the starter pack there. It's four, two, three. It's four links. Take a look at the stuff there, and if you find that it's too easy, let me know. Okay, so we got PHP working now, and this is the PHP version we're using. I hope there's no inherent hacks available for this one. Okay, so we know it's working. I think what we can do is we can go back to our HackerFrogs app that we're making over here. How about fake username and fake password? Okay, so the application didn't render. This indicates to us that the authenticate.php page, there's something wrong with the code. And I think what's wrong with the code is that I need to give the root password. I need to give the root password for the SQL service. And I need to reset the password then. I don't know how to do this, so I'm just going to look it up. Okay, so MySQL reset root password. Okay, so let's see. So to reset the password, you will need to stop the SQL service, bypass the authentication process, and update the password, and then reset the service. Okay, so stop the service. So stop MySQL. And then we can systemctl status. It should say that it's stopped. So it's disabled. Inactive dead, great. Okay, so what do we need to do next? Start the MySQL server with skip grant tables. Okay. It's nice hearing and peeking in from time to time on this live stream while working on a big 3D design project. When you say 3D design, are you creating 3D models? Okay. MySQL safe skip grant tables or sudo systemctl set environment skip grant tables. You know what? I think what I really want to do is I want to get I don't want to trust the AI here. If I start running some random start running some random commands that the AI gives me, this could be a really bad thing. So how to reset the root password? Okay, let's take a look at the blog article instead. Sure, give me the cookies. Okay, what do we got? So how to reset the root password. If you've never been assigned a root password for MySQL, the server does not require a password at all for connecting to root. However, this is insecure. So I need to... If you know the root password and want to change it, alter user statement. If you assigned a root password previously but have forgotten it, you can assign a new password. Okay, so resetting the root password, we're looking for the Linux version. Okay. So use the following procedure to reset the password for the MySQL root at localhost account. The instructions assume that you started MySQL server from the Unix login account. Okay. Log into the system. Stop the MySQL server. Locate the PID file that contains the server's process ID. Okay, I mean, we don't need to do this. Create a text file containing the password assignment statement on a single line. Replace the password with the password that you want to use. Alter user root at localhost identified by mynewpass. I think... Hold on. Okay, so let's see. Pakistan Gamer says, I use BIOS properly, I can install Windows and can also dual boot, use a control panel. I'm so impressed, I was doing some basic coding also, okay. And, let's see. AI commands, please. Yeah, well, I mean, we use AI because sometimes using the AI is a lot faster than doing, like, Google searching. But, we try to make sure that we're using AI responsibly and that we're not overly relying on it. But I understand your concern, Mr. Cullen. Thank you. Okay, so 1001 Agency says we're transforming an old oil extraction building into an open space for events, including a coffee restaurant, open air theater, and open air cinema. That sounds like a fun project. Yeah. Okay, so alter user root localhost identified by my new pass. So, I mean, I'm just going to set I'll set the password to blank. All my friends call me Callie. That takes on a different kind of definition when you're doing hacking stuff. Okay, save the file. Create a text file. Save the file. Great. This example assumes that you're using the file, name the file home me mysql init. Start the MySQL server with the file init system variables set to name the file. Oh, okay. I mean, I guess we're gonna save this file then. We're gonna echo this out. To, I don't know, init.sql? Sure. Pakistan Gamer says, I know a lot about it. Should I start from the basics? I mean, the thing is that I can't tell exactly how much you know. So I'll ask you to start from the basics. And if you think that the basics are too easy, feel free to skip any of the exercises where you already know the answer. So if you... That's the... Okay, anyways, permission denied. Let's put a sudo in front of that. What directory are we in? Permission denied init.sql. Why? I guess... Alright, let me just create a file with nano then. Nano init dot okay, done. Okay, so the server executes the contents of the, well, Okay, so I mean, we're probably going to need to run this as sudo. Okay, so the file is var www html init.sql Please consult the knowledge base to find out how to run MySQL as root. Aborting. So it doesn't want to run this. Even if we're running as sudo. Okay, so you should be able to connect to MySQL server as root using the new password. Stop the server and restart it normally. Stop the server. Wait, do we need to start the server? Start the server with the init file system variable set and name the file. Okay, so to do this, MySQL root as run. Is that the command? Hold on. systemctl. So the MySQL server is not running. I like practical work. Is that it? I don't feel good. I read books and also practice on the laptop. It is difficult because the laptop breaks. That's why I'm reading books. I think, well, I mean, Pakistan Gamers, what computer are you using to watch the live stream right now? Can you use that computer? Resetting the root password, generic instructions. Stop the MySQL server if necessary, and then restart it with the skip grant tables option. This enables anyone to connect without a password without the privileges and disables account management. Okay. Because this is insecure, if the server is started with the skip grant tables option, it also disables remote connections by enabling skip networking. Okay, so connect to the MySQL server using the MySQL client. No password is necessary because the server was started with that. MySQL client, this approach is less secure. Okay, so mycaplop is entered to run auto-run AI commands. I'm not using a computer. So Pakistan Gamers, are you using like are you using a laptop, or are you using a tablet device or a phone? You might be using a phone. But okay, so well, I mean, MySQL, we need to start this up, right? Okay, so the AI actually gave us the first part of the answer here. No, wait, it was the this here. Stop the service, start the service with skip grant tables. So sudo mysql dsafe, skip grant tables, and or. So this is what it was recommended in the blog article. If I was using it, would I come to your live stream? No, I would just mind my own business. I mean, I'm not sure. You're using some sort of device to watch YouTube right now. Is it a phone, or is it a tablet, or is it something else? Okay, so are we in? Starting MariaDB daemon with databases. Okay, so it probably started up the MySQL service. So let's do systemctl to look at the status. So status is not, it's not active. Okay. Sudo systemctl, okay, so let's try this one instead. Okay, so this is the command. That's kind of weird. How did you log in earlier to create the table? So, I mean, I just used sudo with the MySQL, but I didn't use a password. maybe a PlayStation. Okay, so did this work? Job for MariaDB failed because the control process exited with an error code. Okay, let's run this as a job. And then let's take a look at the MySQL. So MySQL is not running. Wait, is it running? It says activating. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, so it says it's activating, so we should be able to access it now. Okay, so stop the MySQL server, connect to MySQL server using the MySQL client. Okay, so just run MySQL. Okay, so we're in SQL now. In the MySQL client, tell the server to reload the grants tables so that the account management statements work. So flush privileges. Flush privileges. Done. Change the root at localhost account password. Replace the password with the password you want to use. Okay, so it's just this. So we're going to replace the password with nothing. So just empty string. Okay, so that should be done. Yep, we're finally in SQL. Okay. I see the commands before writing them. Why do we need to write the commands? And what is the use of that command? Why was it made? Which command are you talking about? Are you referencing a specific video or something else? Cloud Code is $200, but the value is like 200K per month. Just download XAMPP for Linux and do it really fast with GUI logging to MySQL. Well, I mean, I kind of want to know how to do it manually like this, but I mean, we should be finishing up pretty soon. Cobblemaster says, is MariaDB the same as MySQL? So MariaDB is a fork of MySQL. It's basically the same. It's got some little differences, but it's more or less the same thing. Okay, now reset the service. We're in SQL. I think we're done here. You should be able to connect to the MySQL service as the root using the new password. Stop the server and restart it normally without the skip grant tables option. Okay, let's do it. Let's exit. So now we can just restart the service. So sudo systemctl MySQL restart MySQL. Scary Hacker Voice Man. I don't know if Scary Hacker Voice Man is going to be coming out today. Okay, sudo systemctl restart MySQL. Is that the command? So okay, active failed. What? Active failed exit code something something. So Maria server is down. Okay, let's stop the service. And then let's start the service. It looks like something screwed up. Systemctl MySQL restart. System service MySQL. Okay, so systemctl status MySQL. So it's down. So I guess this didn't work. It takes some time to start. Sudo service MySQL restart. I think. Is it running? It says activating 14 seconds ago. So I think it might be working. So that means we can access the system as root with the password. Okay, it works now. Great. Pakistan Gamer says, "Where am I from?" So I'm Canadian. I live around Vancouver. Vancouver is a really big city on the west coast of Canada in British Columbia. Okay, I think we're okay now. So the last thing we need to do is we need to make sure that our web app is working. We'll go to index.php. And we got our login here. We'll just do fake username, fake password. Okay, now it's working correctly. So we actually get the correct error message when we fail to log in. Great. Okay. I think we might put a pin in it from here. I love, well, okay. Even though the province is called British Columbia, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're British over here. But yeah, British Columbia is, well, it's a very cool province. It's got the coolest city, which is Vancouver. Why did they not like frog legs? Pakistan Gamer says, "Do you know Urdu or Hindi?" No. Well, I know Namaste, which is hello in Hindi, but I don't know anything else. I mean, I know a little bit about Indian culture. There are Pakistani people living in around Vancouver as well. There's actually a lot. There's a lot of Pakistanis, Indians living around Vancouver for sure. Okay, so I think we're done, and we'll come back to this next time, and we'll continue developing the application. But yeah, so once again, thank you very much for letting me do some developing. This is the tutorial that I'm using right now, and we're going to be moving on to echoCTF. So echoCTF, we're going to be learning about we're going to be doing some web challenges over here. Because I haven't done them all, and I really want to, well, I want to do some more stuff over here. Well, I mean, listen, we can't generalize that people from a certain country are going to be scamming you, because you know what? I mean, good people exist in every country, and bad people exist in every country. Okay, let's go on to the web challenges. If you want to do this stuff yourself? Yeah, I've done a lot of web challenges over here. echoCTF. Yeah, I mean, I love echoCTF. It's a great platform. So we've done all this stuff over here. I think we might as well just continue on from the challenges that we haven't done. So we got this pachinko challenge over here. Maybe we'll do the eval challenge over here. I don't know. But let's try the pachinko challenge. So this is the challenge over here. The good thing about Canada is that your computers are working fine because of the very low temperature. Well, I mean, It is kind of hot here during the summer, but it probably isn't as hot as some of the other countries where you people are from. Okay, so this is a medium level challenge, web hacking challenge, echoCTF 2025, and there are 2 flags in the challenge. Submit the flag 1 here and flag 2 in Pachinko Revisited. Okay, we've got a server. I'll give everybody the link. What? Server source. Oh, okay, that's the source code. Okay, Callie says, when you're in Pico Gym, instead of lifting weights, when you're in Pico Gym, but instead of lifting weights. Yeah. So, I mean, we got the source code for the server, so I guess we can... This is kind of like reverse engineering too, because they're giving us the source code. Okay, let's go ahead and move into the temp directory. Let's download the file. And what kind of file is this? So this is a gzip. So gunzip, gunzip. Okay, and we got server.tar. We need to unzip this thing again. 22% liked it. The other 78% are stuck in pachinko hell, screaming, "History has failed us." I don't know. I don't know much about this challenge. I haven't looked at it before. But let's see. Tar. Let's untar this thing. What? Ignoring unknown extended header keyword. How do we untar again? File, server, tar. POSIX tar archive. I keep on forgetting how to do this. Okay, so tar XVF. Still not. Is this working? Okay, so we created a directory called server, and let's move into it. We got a Docker file, we got cpu.js, index.js. So we need to figure out what the heck is going on. So 1 tar, 1 tunnel, and the frog's already halfway through your network. Well, I mean, so there's index.js here. If we take a look at the challenge itself, we'll launch the instance and then we'll take a look at the web application inside the web browser. Oh, you know what? We've got a bunch of... What does this thing do? So we got some numbers. Do we just click on the numbers? We can move the numbers around. Okay. Add intermediate node, play animation, submit circuit. So play animation. Okay, so there's 1, 2. Do we connect 1 and 2? Okay, I think we might be moving on to another challenge because I don't know if I really want to interact with this stuff right now. I'm not too sure what the vulnerability is. So the pachinko challenge, maybe we'll skip this one and we'll try out something that looks a little bit easier. What about this one? I found a web app that claims to be impossible to hack. Try it here. Maybe... Welcome to our website. We're glad to have you here. Log in. Alright, so let's try this. If anybody else wants to play along with us, I saw this website, I'm like, nope, don't want to deal with this. Don't want to deal with this. Okay, so this is now the Apriti Sesamo. So open sesame. And I wonder what the heck is going on here. Okay, so the first thing we'll do, so let's see. Function redirect to login page, window location href, impossible login.php. Impossible login.php, huh? Okay, let's try it out. Okay, so it just says login if you can, impossible login.php, and this is a PHP page. So I think this might have to do with PHP type juggling. This is something we've covered before. I'm possible login PHP. Yeah, of course. Okay, so if you do test password, test login, it says failed, no log for you, no flag for you. Okay. So what if we... So I covered something like this previously in the beginner's network for echoCTF Red. So we've got, let's see, 6-letter juggler over here. Let's take a look at this. So they're talking about PHP type juggling here. So the web application is written in PHP and probably uses a line of code similar to the above for authenticating the user. So login, some user, and then they're comparing it against true. And they're also comparing the password against true, which means that, well, I mean, in the echoCTF example, there was a vulnerability in PHP where using loose comparison operators, such as double equal signs inside of PHP. So this means that we can compare different data types against each other. So we can compare integers instead of strings. We can compare integers to strings, which is usually not something that you can do in this in programming languages. So there's a vulnerability in PHP where using loose comparison operators you can compare different data types against each other. So for example, you can compare a string with some numbers against an actual integer, and yeah, that's exactly, Game Boy, you're right. So in PHP, the string compare function is used to compare two strings, but type juggling problems can arise if you use string compare function to compare strings to other data types. So I mean, I don't know if this is what's happening here, but we could submit to hold on. Let me delete some of these links, some of these web tabs that I'm not using. Okay, so for the username, we'll submit an array, and for the password, we'll also submit an array. Okay, so this also submits failed, huh? So what if we submit 0 as the username and password? How about 1? Okay, so I mean, I'm pretty sure this is type juggling, but we need to figure out how to submit the data, because the data... Let's get a cheeky hint from the challenge page. Backup files. Backup files? Oh my. Okay. Maybe if it says backup files, then I just want to put a tilde on the end of this. Impossible login.php. So impossible login.back. No. So, is there a backup directory? No, there's no backup directory. So this redirects us to impossiblelogin.php. They talked about a backup directory. I guess we could also just do some fuzzing. So we can fuzz the application with a tool like, I don't know, we could use derb. Time to fuzz. Well, I mean, it's not something I mean, you know. So the hint said what? It just says backup files. So where would backup files to PHP pages be stored? Okay, so PHP backup files. Where does PHP store files? How do I view my PHP files locally? I've encountered this before. I've encountered, like, there's supposed to be some sort of method to access. Oh, this is the backup file. Yeah, so you put a tilde on the end of the PHP file, and that is going to get you access to the backup file. So the backup file, well, I mean, this is not treated as a PHP file, which means you can actually read the PHP code. So what is it looking for here? Okay, so I think this is where we're going to be using AI, because I can't parse this out. It looks like a big mess. I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to give it to the AI and ask what it wants, what this is actually doing. Okay, so please analyze this PHP code. Whoops. Yeah, okay, it worked. Intelligence artificial. The PHP code is obfuscated using base64 encoding and octal escape sequences. So decoded analysis. Okay, we got this. Okay. So this is username, password. Username, password decodes to this, which decodes to failed, no flag for you. And this decodes to flag.txt. So it gives us the deobfuscated code. If SHA1 username equals password, if username equals post username, password equals post password. Okay, Zachary Janki? I'm not too sure how to pronounce the name. But hello, nice to see you here. I need to help have it recovered. I think I missed your first message. Your first message says, I'm the account user of an Ubisoft account, and I think it's not me. I'm not lying. I need help. I purchased games in my Ubisoft account, and it got hacked. I can't get it back. I mean, I can't hack into an account into an Ubisoft account, even if it is yours, because that's not ethical, and I can't tell whether or not you're the actual owner. But I can only recommend that you can contact the support over at the Ubisoft website. That's the only thing I can tell you. I certainly can't give you any advice. I can't give you advice about how to hack accounts on stream, because this is live and it'll get my account banned. And I don't recommend doing this kind of thing. So yeah, please contact the customer support for Ubisoft. I can't hack your account for you. Okay, so let's see. So username is post username, password is post password. Okay, great. If username is equal to password, they're comparing the username and the password. If these two things are the same, it says failed, no flag for you. Else if the SHA-1 hash of the username is equal to the SHA-1 hash of the password, get file contents for flag.txt. So SHA-1 hashes, I think we're talking about magic hashes in this case then, right? So let's see. So PHP magic hashes for SHA-1. So magic hashes they're basically hashes that always return true when PHP compares them using loose comparison. So in this case, we're looking for a SHA-1 hash. Let's search for that. So it's SHA-1. Okay, so SHA-1 hashes, we got this. So this is going to equate to a magic hash that's going to, well, I think this might be what we're looking for. So magic hashes are hashes that are always going to return, that when compared, are always going to return true. So we got this. We're going to submit this as a username and password. It says failed, no flag for you. Let's try submitting the hash. So this is the hash here that's associated with this password. Okay, so let's take a closer look over here. So SHA-1 of the username equals SHA-1 of the password, and this is triple equal sign. So this is not a loose comparison. But for here, they're using the loose comparison with the double equal sign operator. Okay, this code has a SHA-1 collision vulnerability. The logic is username password. You need two different strings that produce the same SHA-1 hash. So known SHA-1 collision examples. Oh, okay. Wait. So, I mean, we might be able to use these magic hashes after all. So we would have to use two different usernames and passwords from the magic hashes here. Still not working, huh? We're looking for what? Password collision, well, like hash collisions. Okay, so username and password using known collision strings. Known collision strings. SHA-1 is cryptographically broken. Collisions exist. Poor authentication logic. I mean, can we just use the example that they've given over here? That's really long. Use burp suite. Can we use? I mean, I don't know. Let me just try using what's provided by Claude. See if it works. Okay, still not working, but I think we're getting closer. So we're talking about like a collision, using known collision strings hex encoded. Is there anything? Well, I mean, these are SHA-1 hashes. New SHA-1 hashes, but yeah, hopefully we're getting closer. So, I mean, the thing about the code here is that the SHA-1 hashes for the username and password have to be the same. Gameboy says, post Burp Suite to intercept the login request and modify the post parameters. Send me the link for that GitHub, please. Yeah, let me get you that one. So I think this is, yeah, this is it. Algorithms with magic hashes. I mean, magic hashes are PHP hash collisions. Register with password 1 and then sign in with password 2. Register with password 1, sign in with password 2. If you're in, then the storage uses a specified algorithm to hash the passwords, and PHP uses double equal signs to compare them for MD5, SHA, and plain text. So it uses a well-known trick that for PHP, this is equal to this, and uses it for practical purposes. Any password matches in any other password from the list. Okay, so I mean, is this what we need to supply? So these two? Okay, that's the first one. And that's the second one. Okay, I mean, that not quite working. Okay. Any password matches any other password from the list. Any password matches any other password. Okay, so I mean, we're dealing with SHA-1, right? Just need to make sure. SHA-1, yeah, okay. I mean, if it was just this, then it should have all of these passwords all of these strings should match each other. But it doesn't seem to be working. Let me try some of these longer ones. Okay, so that's the first one. The second one is here. Have I done this? I get the feeling I've done this challenge before. I don't know. What is this? Hold on, let me check my own walkthroughs here. So walkthroughs for echoCTF for 2025 for web app. No, I didn't do this one. Try a pair from the same line. Try a pair from the same line. You mean, oh, I mean, I don't know. Okay, I'll try a pair from the same line. So this is the username and this is the password. Still not working. I'll try one more. But Mohammed, thank you very much for the suggestion. Okay, so... "1001 Agency says, I noticed something. What did you notice?" Yeah. Okay, so Game Boy recommended using Burp Suite. So let's fire up the Burp Suite. Let me get that. Get the web page. Hashcat something something something. It's like hashcat. It's like hashcat. I mean, yeah. Hashcat something something. I mean, this is just the stuff that they're hashing, right? Need to add the I mean, I'm not too sure where we would add them. You're talking about the arrays, right, Game Boy? Okay, so proxy open browser. Okay, so let's try this again. Username, test, password test. (1001) agency says hashcat something something. It's like hash communication language. Well, I mean, let's take a look at what happened in Burp Suite. HTTP history, impossible login post. So username test, password test. So I think, yeah, failed, no flag for you. This is the render. I think I can make this a little bit bigger. We'll send this to the repeater. Okay, so we can send arrays instead and see if their arrays come back with some other result. Okay, failed, no flag for you. Render it like this. Username, oh, right. You're right. It's just like, I mean, this is what it looks like for the previous challenge. In the challenge we did for echoCTF. We need to send the parameters themselves, so the username and password, as arrays, and see if this works. Okay, this worked. Man, that was yeah, it was almost exactly like the one from echoCTF. So the echoCTF challenge here is 6-letter juggler, and let's see if I can get that challenge from echoCTF. So echoCTF, let's see. Here. So 6-letter juggler. And you know what? I need to start up the yeah, so this thing is still running, so I should be able to access this challenge. So this is from, it's on this here. Let me take a look. So actually, this isn't talking about magic magic hashes necessarily. Okay, so this is where we submit this, but in this case, the URL parameter is in the result over here. So we can actually just change up login array and then password array, and then compare those. And then this gives us, this solves the challenge. So this is almost identical. But Game Boy, yeah, you had it right. So this challenge on echoCTF is almost exactly the same. Only you can't, hold on. So we could probably do this instead of curl as well. because they let you know the what the parameters are. So username and PWD, is it PWD? Yeah, PWD, username and PWD. So you could probably just do this from curl. Hold on, over here. So curl to this endpoint here, but send it as post with data. What is the data? Username equals test and PWD equals test. And if you send this, wait, it said bad host name. So what is the host name in this case? Why does this come back bad host name? Infinite says, I don't understand it. I thought you needed to input SHA-1, but why would you put array in the username and pass it to return the flag? Sorry if it's a stupid question. So, I mean, in this case, we're doing let's see. We got the deobfuscated code right here. We're doing a comparison. If we're doing a strict comparison, if the SHA-1 is the same, but we're also doing a comparison if the username and the password are the same. So the actual vulnerability is in this part of the code, because we can do type juggling when we compare the username to the password. So it's comparing whether or not these two things are the same, and if they are the same, then it's supposed to say no flag for you. I'm actually kind of confused myself. But if we're doing the comparison between arrays, then when you compare an array against another array, or, well, if you're doing the comparison with the arrays, then it's going to come back. Hold on, I need to change up my music just a second. They're always going to come back, it's always going to come back true. Okay, let's play some Baba. Baba is You. It's a fun game. But yeah, I mean, type juggling is a weird. Failed, no flag for you. But I am actually kind of confused, because this, I mean, in this case, the username and the password are actually, wait, they're not the same. Yeah, you're right. Hold on. So okay, if we go over here and we submit the same thing for both the username and the password, and then we send it, this should, yeah, failed, no flag for you. But if you make them different, then they're both different and not different at the same time. Yeah, okay. So in this case, the host is, I'm actually, yeah, okay, so it does make sense. The one thing I'm still a little bit, why does it say URL rejected bad hostname? Hold on. Okay, so Infinite asks, so if we put any value in the username and password, it will always return true because of the array. So because of the array, it will always return true, but you can also make the contents of username and password different, because that's another check that it's doing. It's checking if these two things are the same. but it's also checking to see if the SHA-1 of these two are the same as well. And in this case, because we submit arrays, then it's going to interpret the SHA-1 of just array, and then and because of the weird type juggling, the arrays are always going to come back as true when you do a comparison. Okay, so I just need to ask, what's wrong with my curl command? Okay, incorrect syntax and invalid hostname. So X specifies the HTTP method, but you didn't provide a method. Oh, so we need to do X post. So it's X post, right? Okay, so this is the correct one right here. So we need to do X post when we do curl, and we know what the parameters are, in which case we can just provide the arrays in here as well. So username array and password array. And I think what we need to do is we need to put these between single quotes, otherwise it's going to mess up. It still looks weird. Yeah, no flag for you. So how do we escape these instead of curl? No worries, no worries. It is confusing. It is kind of confusing. It takes a little time to wrap your head around it. So username equals, man, I need to find a way so that it sends this thing all as one, but for some reason these brackets over here are messing stuff up. Hold on, I'll try asking the AI, maybe it knows. Okay, so we want to include the brackets as part of the post data. But the terminal interprets the square brackets as special characters. Okay, thank you very much for following Link A Red. Link A Red, hello, nice to see you here. And you know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't done a Hack the Planet. So Hack the Planet, and welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get out!
Okay, so we need to username and then backslash to escape them. Okay, let's try that out. So we need to backslash escape both of these, or all of these. Well, I mean, that didn't... I don't think that worked. Hold on. Yeah, that didn't work. What happens if we get rid of the single quotes here? Nope, that doesn't work even more. Okay, so what other suggestions does the AI have for me? Use single quotes for the entire data string. This doesn't work. URL encode the brackets. Oh, we can URL encode the brackets. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think this works. This should work. Okay, let's highlight this. then... So it's %5B and %5D. So this is the D, and this should work. Username and password should not be equal. Oh, that's true. The username and password shouldn't be equal. So test and test. So test 1 and test 2. Okay, this works. This works. Okay, so this curl command works. And yeah, so we can just do a little write-up, and then we can move on to the next challenge. Alright, so... Yeah, Squanic, thank you very much for pointing that out. And welcome to the stream, Squanic. Okay, let's go back, and let's do a little write-up. Let's see, walkthroughs, echoCTF 2025 for web app, and this will be for... What is this challenge called? It's called A Pretty Sesame? Sesamo? Okay, I need to double check. A Pretty Sesamo. Alright, so let's try... Well, let's try submitting the flag first of all. Because if you don't submit a flag, then you didn't complete the challenge. Okay, so submit the flag. Done. Great. Alright, so let's do our write-up. A Pretty Sesamo. So I guess we can do, I don't know, all of our usual stuff. So the URL for the challenge, the category, the concept, and the method of solve. Okay, so this is the link. This is web app. The concept is PHP type juggling. So PHP type juggling, if you compare arrays versus other arrays, doesn't matter what the content of the arrays are, if the types are being juggled, they will always return true when compared. Okay, so method to solve. So go to the PHP login page. There is a backup for the PHP file at the following endpoint. Where's the endpoint? It's right here. Okay, and so, oh, I guess I can include the code. So this is the code being used. Then it includes some PHP code. Where is it? This. Okay, so according to this code, it's checking two things. So, one, it's checking if the username and password are not the same value. Soul asks, where's all of your write-ups? Do you mind me asking what you do for a living? All respect. So I'm doing cybersecurity content creation as my job right now. So I do live streams, I make videos, and yeah. So where are the write-ups? So the write-ups are at my GitHub repository. It's over here. Here's the link. Okay, so it's checking if the username and password are not the same value. It's checking if the SHA-1 hash of the username and password are the same value. So the only way to achieve both of these requirements is to use PHP type juggling. In this case, we can specify that both the username and the password are arrays, which always return true when compared. Okay, so with curl, we can use the following command. Where is it? Here? Yeah. Okay. Alternatively, we can inspect the request in Burp Suite and use the repeater to send the post data with username and password as arrays. Okay, let's save this out. All right, everybody, we've got ads running on Twitch, so we'll also run them on YouTube, and we'll also play some birds. How about these birds? Okay, we'll be back in about 50 seconds. We're just going to take a little break. If you need to get some water or use the washroom, now's the time to do so. See you in 50 seconds. So if you don't know what these birds are doing, so these birds really like peanuts, but when they find a bunch of peanuts, they'll compare the peanuts to each other by shaking them around in their mouth. And basically it's testing the peanuts to see which peanuts are the best peanut. How it figures out which peanut is the good peanut, I'm not exactly sure, but they'll test the peanuts and then they'll choose the best one and they'll fly away and hide the peanut. But yeah, let's go ahead and put the birds away and get back to the hacking stuff. Okay, so I think we're done. Let's go ahead and Ellipsis says that's how well, I mean, I hope your wife isn't a peanut. Anyways, let's get back to, let's do the next challenge. So this was a pretty fun challenge. Let's see if we can find a more fun challenge. So we got the Trickster, we've solved Trickster. Let's WebSocket fish. I don't know if I'm ready to deal with WebSockets right now. Let's see what's on the next page. We got no SQL injection, match the regex, Java code analysis. I don't know if I want to do Java code analysis. Okay, so we got JAuth, we've got super serial, most cookies, some assembly required, web gauntlet. How about web gauntlet? Why does it say, did we already do web gauntlet 1? Web gauntlet 2, web gauntlet 3. Okay, let's try web gauntlet 1. If the flag is not displaying after completing the challenge, try clearing your cookies. Cookies set by other challenges might prevent the flag from displaying properly. Oh, it looks like there are filters? Interesting. Okay, so everybody, this is the link. 1001 Agency says, you need a hand rest pillow next to your keyboard because you're writing so fast. Well, I mean, I'll be all right. I haven't hurt my hand typing yet. Okay, so have a good night. I have to go to sleep now. It's 3 a.m. here. So 1001 Agency, thank you very much for coming by, and let's give you a Nyan Cat to see you off. See you next time, man. Okay, so login as admin. Why are there several different endpoints here? So it just says, can you beat the filters login as admin? Okay, so this is the link if you were curious to look at it. Let's check this out. Okay, so it says round 1 out of 5. Interesting. So login is admin. So admin. Oh wow, this is SQL injection. Select star from users where username equals admin and password equals admin. So this is an invalid combination. So how about admin or 1 equals 1? And then password can be anything. Oh, that didn't work? How about or 1 equals 1, the classic SQL bypass? That didn't work either, huh? Silas Rogers says, you should use SQL map in Kali and make a file with burp. So I'm pretty sure, well, I mean, we're trying to do manual SQL injection. SQL map is, well, I mean, it's good for certain challenges, but when you can do manual SQL injection, it's way more educational to do it yourself instead of using a tool to do it. Well, I mean, we could do like admin. Well, actually, can we break? Is it using single quotes or double quotes? That's another thing we should figure out pretty early on. So it looks like, I mean, it looks like it's using double quotes. It's using double quotes for, I can't figure it out. Hold on, test. It's using single quotes for both of these. Okay, so if you just use single quote. This might make the thing error out. I mean, it doesn't actually error out. Okay. Admin password 12345. It shows the error. Admin password admin 12345. Select from users where username equals admin password 12345. So I mean admin or 1 equals 1 test. Okay, I mean, I guess this is the error message. The error message is the fact that we don't see anything. Well, okay, let's try admin any password. That worked. Admin any password. Huh. Oh, right. So that gets around admin. So it just select from users where username equals admin, and then we comment out everything else. I wonder why the bypass didn't work here. Hold on. So this is round 2. I mean, we kind of want to go back to round 1, because I'm still curious as to what's going on here. So, I mean, Silas, Roger, if you want to do the challenge along with us, then do you have an account over at echoCTF? If you don't have an account at echoCTF, you should probably make one. It's a really good platform for doing cybersecurity exercises. Okay, let's go back. I think the reason why we're on round 2 now is because of cookies. So if we go over to more tools, web developer tools, yeah, I think we might want to clear the cookies. And then we can go back to the previous round. Yeah, now we go back to round 1. Okay, so when you do in the query, the password gets from Nord and the password, yeah, I mean, I understand that part. It's just, I wonder why if we do admin or 1 equals 1, why this doesn't log us in. But, you know what, it's fine. We actually do want to log in as the admin, so this is probably the better way to do it. Okay, and then round 2. And Callan says, good night and welcome to the era of agentic development. Well, I mean, we try not to use AI as a crutch, but of course, if you're not using AI these days, you're not doing it right, because AI is much faster than doing regular old search engine stuff. Okay, so I'm pretty sure you if you want to talk with other users in Twitch, you can send them whisper messages. It's probably easier than doing it out in the open. Callan says, context engineering is next software engineering. Big 3 context modal prompt. Okay, so I mean, is it still going to show us the results of the injection here? Okay, let's do admin and password. Let's just do admin test to see what shows up afterwards. Okay. So admin test 2. This is still showing us. This is still showing us the statement that's used. I mean, if we use the same thing that we did last time, I wonder how it will react. Okay, so it just errors out apparently. So apparently we need to do something extra. Listen, we're not here to talk about other streamers. Whether it's good or bad. Thank you very much. All right, so username admin. This is probably going to invalid password, right? Admin and password test. Okay. What are some other payloads we could try? Okay, let's look this up. So SQL authentication bypass payloads. SQL injection to bypass authentication. I mean, I guess this is gonna SQL injection cheat sheet, payload all the things, SQL injection, auth bypass. I mean, this could be a pretty good article over here. Let's take a look. Isn't that isn't that cheating? Well, I mean, hacking is cheating, and this stuff is public knowledge. So auth bypass payloads 0 or 0 equals 0. What? Or true admin or 1 equals 1. There's a list and sec list. So I mean, is research cheating? Research is not cheating. Unless you're looking for something that is specifically for this challenge, it's not cheating. Okay, so using SQL injection to bypass authentication. Well, I mean, if you want to say that you're a script kiddie if you use Google, then everybody's a script kiddie. That's the problem. Okay, so let's see. So username equals blank or 1 equals 1. Password. Let's take a look at these. So we got more stuff over here. Admin or 1 equals 1. I mean, we're trying to log in as admin. So we've already done something like this. What does... I mean, this is also a comment out. Admin or 1 equals 1. I mean, can we use that payload? Admin or 1 equals 1. Password is anything. Okay, that didn't work. That problem, I mean, maybe that got filtered. Okay. So we can just kind of go down the line. Admin or 1 equals 1, but these are strings. Okay, Ada.x, I'm not too sure how to pronounce that, but thank you very much for subscribing. You're an HackerFrog. You need to comment out the rest of the query. let's see. Let's give you a Hack the Planet. But Hacka, hello, nice to see you here.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so SQL injection, nope, that didn't work. I mean, we definitely want to log in as the admin. And we definitely want to comment out everything else. But it could be that the commenting out is being filtered. So if that's the case, we need to find a payload that is going to work without the comment out, but in a different way. Maybe we can use this symbol instead. Instead of the double dashes, we'll just use the hash. Okay, so that actually did... Oh, interesting. Hold on. So admin... So this was interpreted... Okay, so the hash didn't comment anything out. Quasimplay says, TF says... Oh, TF says, Sue... What is up? Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so, let's see. What's going on? So we're just doing some SQL injection. We're doing some web app hacking challenges. We're doing this challenge over here from echoCTF. If you do not have an account at echoCTF, it's a pretty good platform for learning about security stuff. Well, I'm you know, like web app security or digital forensics, a bunch of different categories. It's a good platform in general, and it's all free, which is what we like. Okay, so what else can we do here? I guess we could put admin between... Well, I mean, I don't think we need these brackets here. Try this for the comment. It's most likely SQLite 3. I mean, what gives... I mean, if you can tell me, what gives you the indication that this is SQLite 3 as the DBMS? Okay, I think this got filtered. I mean, if anytime we do an equal sign, it doesn't return back to us, which means I think it gets the output gets filtered because we don't receive the proper feedback, because when it doesn't get filtered, you can actually see the statement. Quasimplay says, you're from where? So I'm from Canada, and can you make the screen bigger? I have to zoom in to read the stuff on your screen. You need to zoom in to see the stuff on my screen? I mean, you should be able to... I can make it a little bit bigger. Not too much bigger. This is about as big as I can make it. Yeah, simple web app, just a prediction. Well, I mean, it's probably a good guess. Dashes seem filtered. So if the dashes are filtered, how else could we comment out if the dashes are filtered? Can we escape the dashes? No idea. Oh, you know what? It doesn't filter out the dashes if there's another character before the dashes. Can we check the source code? I mean, I don't think we can check the source code in this case. Well, I mean, not found. Yeah, there's no backup in this case. Okay, so how about So if we just do a dash here, and... Okay, so the dash... Admin, double dash. I think it's looking for double dash specifically. It's looking for two dashes in a row. Yeah, so if we do 2 dashes in a row, then it's going to filter out. So even if we do admin dash dash like this, it gets filtered out. So I need to find some way to use the double dashes without doing 2 dashes in a row. But if we do dashes like this, I wonder if this works. Okay. Yeah, I mean this works, but it doesn't get interpreted because it's not 2 dashes together. Okay, so do they have something to do to escape this? Is there something else we can use to comment out? Okay, SQL, comment out. All I know is that you can use double dashes to comment out. You can also use... Oh, we could use Burp Suite. Burp Suite? I mean, it might work if we use Burp Suite. Let's go back. Okay, so in the Burp Suite browser, so round 1 we can do pretty easily. It's just admin, double dash, password is whatever. Okay, so we're in round 2 now. We'll just submit something. And then we can take a look at the thing in Burp Suite. So proxy, post request, send this to the repeater. Okay, so we can start sending our payloads in here. So admin, double dash. So if we send double dash, we're gonna be redirected. If we don't send the double dashes, it gives us OK. But it tells us that invalid username and password. We can render this as well? Yeah. Okay, so we just need to figure out... Oh, we can URL encode these, right? Can we URL encode the dashes? Hold on. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can do this exact, like inside of Burp Suite. Okay, so dash dash. If we highlight these, we can convert to what? Convert selection, URL encode key characters. Okay, URL encode all characters. Okay, %2D, %2D. Okay, send this. This got filtered. Okay, so, Game Boy says it's easy to bypass all the filter. I mean, it's not so easy to me, but maybe you've got the answers. Sure. Let's see. Hassan says BF within SQL injection values. BF. I mean, it's filtering me based on the double dashes. I need to find some payload that's going to bypass it. What else can we... Oh, brute force. Well, I mean, I would rather not brute force because I'd rather just test one thing at a time. But, you know, this could take a while. Admin or... What happens if we just end the statement? That worked! Wow, that was... that was funny. That was funny, that worked. Okay, let's talk a little bit about this. Sure. So let's start making a walkthrough. This is 2025 web app. And this is, I don't know, what is this called? Web Gauntlet? Actually, wait. This is not 2025. This challenge was from 2020 Mini. 2020 Mini. Okay. So we'll create a new file, 2020 Mini. And this is web app. And this is called Web Gauntlet 1. Okay, let's start doing a little write-up. So the URL and the category, concept, and the method of solve. Okay, let's get the information first. So, I mean, I'm writing this like I'm going to finish this all, but I'm not too sure if I can get past this next round. Okay, so the category, web app, concept, find different ways to do SQL auth bypass with different filters applied. Okay, so the method of solve, we've got round 1, round 2, there's a round 3 and a round 4 and a round 5. Okay, so in round 1, there are no filters. So the payload is admin comment out. Okay, round 2, there is a filter on the double dashes. The payload is admin and then semicolon. I mean, does admin semicolon work on the first round? I don't know if it does. Anyways, let's let me commit these changes. We'll come back. All right, where were we? Here. So in this case, it was... Let's go back to the first round. So we can go back to the first round by deleting our cookies. Let's do that. I just want to make sure that the same payload we used for round 2 doesn't work for round 1. So PHP session ID, we'll just get rid of that, then reload the page. Okay, this brings us back to round 1. So here, we're just going to do admin and then end with the semicolon. So this does work for round 1 as well. That's interesting. Okay, so round 2 is admin, and then end the statement with the semicolon. Test. This is round 3. So there are 2 more. So 3, 4, 5. We got 3 more payloads to go, and I'm kind of running out of stuff already. Okay, let's see if this payload works. So admin, the same payload as last time. That's funny. It's funny how this payload worked for 2 rounds in a row. I guess we'll record this as well. I'm not too sure what the filter is in the 3rd round. There is a filter on something, we don't know. The payload is this thing. Okay, let's save that, let's come back. So what is it going to be for round 4? So round 4, username admin. Doesn't /filter.php shows the filters for the round? Does it? Hold on, let's go back to the challenge here. Login as admin, and then there is a filter.php. Okay. Round 4. Or and equal like admin. Oh, it does. Okay, I mean I wasn't checking this file before. Hacka, thank you very much for letting me know about that. Okay, so it's filtering for admin. Or and equal like greater than less than double dashes admin. Well, I mean, does that mean if we just put in the word admin it'll filter out? That's kind of extreme. How is the admin supposed to log into this thing? Wow. Huh. Well, I mean, how do we log in as admin? Hold on. Do we have to do something weird to the word admin? Because we definitely need to log in as admin. We need to find some way to obfuscate the string. So and or like admin. Can we concat? Let's see. SQL concat function. So concat w3schools.com. Ah, okay. So if we do, what is it? Concat, what is it here? So we're going to do add in min. Oh, when we concatenated it together, it got filtered. Oh man, this is rough. So the concat didn't work, unfortunately. What can we do? Because we definitely need to log in as the administrator. Function is not ideal because you start with the quote operator on the other. Oh, you know what? That's right. This is probably what got filtered. Oh, okay. Hold on. So if that's what got filtered, let me try that one more time. We might be able to get around it by do URL encoding, but the URL encoding doesn't seem to be helping very much. Encode, I mean, yeah, we could try some encoding as well. Hold on. Copy this. Okay, so this is add and min. We need to URL encode these. Actually, wait. There's a website I can use. URL encoder. So this is %28 and %29. %28, %29. But I'm not super confident this is going to work either. It got filtered. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Well, the good thing is that we actually know what's being filtered. Oh. Actually, wait. In this round... Okay, it's not actually the brackets. It's not the parentheses that are... Yeah, so when it sees that admin, when it gets concatenated together, that's what's filtering it. It filters admin characters encode and try. Which encoding do you want me to try? We see here that it's only going to filter it out if admin is altogether like this. SQL concatenation operator. Okay, let me take a look at the link, Hacka. Okay. Concat function, concat string 1, string 2. I mean, this is what we've been doing. Concatenation or operator. Oh, you know what? I think this one isn't filtered right now. So we're filtering out a bunch of characters, but we're not filtering out the OR character. Besides the concat function, SQLite provides the concatenation operator to join two strings. So it's possible to use multiple concatenation operators in the same expression. So we can do add and then concatenate with the OR operator. I guess in this case it's not an OR operator, it's something else. So add min, but in the middle we put in these two operators. and then password. Oh, it took that literally. We got filtered again. Okay. Yeah, admin. Tashin, hello, nice to see you here. And yeah, let me try the string that Hacker suggests over here. Okay. If you have any suggestions for payloads, I'm not opposed to trying them out. Did that get filtered? Wow, it worked. Hacker, you've got the strats. Jeez. Huh. You've got the strats, Hacker. Okay, let me record that. So I guess we can also take a look at the filters. So round 4. There is a filter on the following characters. The payload is this. Okay, so let me get the filter for this round. Okay, so yeah, this is one round left. I didn't think that we would get this far, but Hackett, thank you very much for the assistance. Function is not ideal because you start with the quote and the operator. Okay, so the last challenge, the last round. Let's reload this. Round 5. So or and like union admin. So I mean, we can use the same payload that we used in the previous one. Hold on. So we can just, oh, that's not it. Okay, so test, and it's, what was it? This payload. So what are we doing? So we're escaping. So this is a separate string here. Add is a separate string. Then you concatenate min on top of it, and then you terminate. Okay, let's see if this works. You know, that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, one thing that I really want to come back to this challenge later. And I want to... Whoa, what? Round 6 out of 5? Congrats, you won. Check out filter.php. Oh, okay. So this is where you get the flag. So if we just check out filter.php... Oh, this is the entire application. This is pretty cool. This is pretty dang cool. Okay, let me copy the flag. I want to record the contents of the application here, because I think it really does do a lot of education on how to craft these SQL injections, the payloads rather. Okay, let's put this in, and let's finish up the write-up. Okay. So we'll do our little write-up. So the web app code. So the actual code of the web app is in here. I'm actually I'm happy that they decided to give you the full code for the application. I'll redact the flag of course, because that's not very cool to just include it in here. But yeah, this is very nice. All right, so round 5. What were the... Man. So union admin, they're filtering on all this stuff right here. Okay, let's... I don't suppose we can just go back to round 5. Don't think we can. There's a filter. The payload is the same thing that we did last time. I mean, it's kind of cheap if we can just use the same payload for all of these, but anyways, I'll commit the changes here. If you want to take a look at this file, this is the link. I need to go back and I need to... Why not? Well, I mean, it would be nice to show like a progression on how we need to adjust the strategy depending on what is being filtered. But yeah. All right, let's see. Maybe we can solve one more of these challenges before we finish up for today. But in the meantime, let's play some of this. If the job is done, you can use one payload for everything. I mean... It's more educational to figure out exactly which payloads work on which levels. But, I mean, I understand your point of view as well. Okay, let's go back. Let's do one last challenge. So Web Gauntlet, I don't want to do SQL stuff right now. This was a nice one. SQL injection is a whole category of hacking. So, I mean, there are people who... I mean, it's definitely a specialization. Because all web apps... Well, most web apps seem to use databases, and the databases all use SQL. People say that the days of SQL injection are over, but you can still get access to SQL injection if you know where to look. Or if the application has some other problems with it. Looks like we're going a bit slow. I guess we'll filter out by medium challenges. Okay, the server's being a bit slow. Okay, here we go. So SSTI, WebSocket fish, no SQL injection, match the regex. You know, this one might have to do with insecure deserialization, super serial. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. So try to recover the flag required where I'm start on this website. Sure. Let's take a look. Oh, and everybody, if you want to do this challenge yourself, this is the link. Okay, let's go to the website and take a look. So it says username, password. We're not given any credentials here. Test, invalid login. Copy the link, please. So this is the link we're using right now. Well, I mean, do we get in with SQL injection? Okay, let's see if we are given any cookies. So we got a PHP cookie over here. Oh, wait. This might... Okay. So it might be in here. All right, so we got the cookie value. What we can do, so this is insecure deserialization. I mean, I'm guessing that's it. So if we can echo out something and then base64 decode it. This is invalid input. Where is the serialized object being used? Alright, give me a hint. The flag is at dash... The flag is at flag. Okay, I mean... Cookie.phps. Cookie.phps? I mean, I don't know. I guess the other thing we didn't try is we didn't try looking at the source code. So this is index.php. So let's see. ID pass, password, name user, index.php, method post, style.css. I guess we could take a look at the application inside of Burp Suite. Okay, so what do we know? So the name of the challenge is Super Serial, which points us at insecure deserialization as the vulnerability. Trying to recover the flag stored on the website. The website is just a login page. We don't know what the admin. I guess we could also do...
What are you?
I'm System Root.
Tashin Kabir, hello. Thank you very much for redeeming I'm Root. We're not Root yet, but I appreciate the efforts. Okay, so what do we do from here? Oh yeah, we were going to take a look at this inside of Burp Suite. Okay, so Burp Suite browser is here. Test. Admin. Oh, the other thing we could do is we could try doing some fuzzing. Fuzzing hasn't really helped in any of the other challenges, but there's a first. Okay, so we got index.php. We'll fuzz for some other stuff. I'm probably not going to find anything. And let's go back to Burp Suite. So Burp Suite, we go to the proxy HTTP history. And this is the latest one. We'll send this to the repeater. Okay, so test and test. So Super Serial, huh? So this is just going to tell us that we got the wrong password. I mean, it couldn't be like brute forcing. The PHP session ID probably doesn't tell us anything. Decoded from base64, nothing. Yeah. Nothing here. Cookie hijacking. Well, I mean, if we're doing cookie hijacking, what do we know are valid values for these cookies? Because I mean, I don't see any pattern in the cookie value here. Okay, so if let me look back at my notes. I'm pretty sure I did something on insecure deserialization for Portswigger. Insecure deserialization, modifying, yeah, we've got all these different ones here. And I've got my PDF that I made as well. Authentication.phps. Wait. Authentication.phps? Where did you see that? Okay, so because all I see is index.php. Put after the link. Which... Okay, so... What? I don't understand what's going on here. Welcome guests. Because they don't mention any of this on the challenge page. Try to recover the flag stored on this website. I mean, I guess you could get this if you did some directory busting. So if you did, I don't know, like Ferrex Buster, let's try some Go Buster. You need to scan everything. Somebody, well, I don't know if somebody's reading the write-up or not. If we gave like the word list user share word lists dirbuster directory list medium directory list 2.3 medium and then gave an extension of PHP, then we might be able to find something. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so we will also run them on YouTube, and we'll put on my favorite birds. Here are my favorite birds. Okay, everybody, we'll be back in about 40 seconds. Just have to have a little water break. See you in 40 seconds. Dashin Jabir, thank you for redeeming the Stellar Jays, otherwise known as the SJs. They're my favorite bird, and they're so awesome. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's get back to the hacking. Okay, so we found the authentication.php and the cookie.php, and you know, I mean, Game Boy, I believe you. when you say that you were able to find these endpoints by using the Burp Suite scanner, that does make sense. Unfortunately, I'm not using the Burp Suite scanner. I have to use crude and primitive methods like GoBuster. Okay, there's also cookie.php. Let's try going over to cookie.php. Okay, so cookie.php. So this is nothing. Does it give you a cookie? Okay, so there's also the authentication endpoint. Okay, it says welcome guest. I mean, is this... I'm not sure. Okay, let's take a look here. So it just says welcome guest. And I can go back to the login. Add the S for PHP-S. Is this something I need to add? Is this something I need to add to my scans? When I do directory busting, I need to add PHP-S. Index PHP-S. That's... wow. I didn't know about this. Alright. Access.log, append, date, logged in at, something. Okay, so require once, PHP, cookie.php. Huh. Okay, let's try cookie.phps then. And I guess this tells us how we log in. So base64 decode. So we'd use the unserialize here. So unserialize base64 decode, URL decode cookie login. Is guest, is admin, deserialization error. Well, I'm pretty sure... So this just says invalid login. Okay. Hold on. Require once cookie.php. Is set message echo message. Location authentication.php. Okay, so I mean, so we need to figure out how the code is serializing. Try inspecting the network. Yeah, I think. Well, oh, okay. Actually, this should show up in Hack Smarter is rating with the party of 32. Welcome, Hack Smarter and Hack Smarter Raiders. Hack Smarter, not harder. Everybody, thank you very much, and let's give everybody a. Ooh, what are we looking at? We're looking at Jurassic Park.
Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
So I learned something new today. I learned that PHP-S files are a thing. Apparently, it's a way you can take a look at the code inside of PHP files. No idea, but you know what? We're doing some web app challenges over here. And hello, Psych, nice to see you here. And John Doe.
Hacking?
New for me too. Yeah. Hack Smarter, what fun were you getting up to on your channel? And welcome Raiders, welcome everybody. And yeah, thank you very much for following Mr. 8-Bit. Unix system is as old as a dinosaur. It's pretty much as old as dinosaurs. We're doing AD hacking on VulnLab. VulnLab, huh? I heard VulnLab is merging with Hack the Box. That's what I've heard from our good friend Pebble. Thank you very much, X Shadow. Thank you very much. Hex Shadow, is that how you pronounce it? Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Okay, so we're just doing this challenge over here. It's called Super Serial. What we need to do is we need to figure out how to... Thank you very much for following SankLogic. VulnHub doing an HTB merge? Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard that Hack the Box is merging with... Well, no, VulnHub is merging with Hack the Box. Thank you very much for following Sidfo. Thank you very much. And yeah, well, I mean, we're not doing Active Directory here. We're just doing some web app hacking. But yeah, we're talking about insecure deserialization, and we need to figure out how the application is creating the cookies. Because we managed to get this code over here for the cookies PHP page, and we need to find some way to inject some sort of code into the deserialization process. So usually when we're talking about insecure deserialization, it's going to be using the PHP application is going to be using the unserialize command that is going to create an object, or it's going to use an object from the data it's provided. In this case, it's the cookie. So, I mean, I'm not a PHP guru by any means, so I'm just going to take the code here, and I'm going to ask for some analysis from our good friend Claude AI. Okay. So how does this PHP app create cookies, and how can we use this knowledge to do insecure deserialization? Okay. Agent 57 asks, what is your daily driver OS? So, I mean, daily drivers, I mostly use Kali Linux. Kali Linux when I'm doing my cybersecurity stuff, and Windows 10 when I'm not doing my cybersecurity stuff. I'm not, you can't really, I wouldn't consider myself like a big Linux head, but I do use a lot of Linux when I do cybersecurity. When I do cybersecurity exercises, rather. Is Kali in the VM? Yeah, so my Kali is in a VM. Okay, your message will exceed the length limit for this chat. Try shortening your message or starting a new conversation. Let's start a new conversation. Okay. How is this app making cookies? And how can we use this knowledge for crafting an insecure deserialization attack? So, I mean, Claude, for the most part, writes better. Okay, well, listen, Claude. I'm asking for this information. Can't believe I'm doing this. As part of a CTF exercise. So the insecure deserialization attack is all for education. Smiley face. Just right, I have legal terms. Yeah. Just checked its Vuln Lab. I thought it was Vuln Hub. Yeah, no. It's Vuln Lab. We're not talking about Vuln Hub right now. Okay, so I think it might think of this as sarcastic because I included the, we couldn't connect to Claude. What? Okay, let's try that one more time. I understand you're working on a CTF challenge, however I can't provide specific instructions for crafting deserialization attacks, even in educational concepts. Instead, I will help you understand the security concepts involved. You are not helping, Claude. Claude's devs are developing. DeepSeek is a bit... Yeah, DeepSeek is probably the better way to go, because DeepSeek doesn't care as much. Alright, let's ask DeepSeek instead. Okay, I am doing a CTF, and I need to create an insecure deserialization attack to get a flag on this app based on the code. What is the best way to do so? Okay, so based on the code you provided, the application is vulnerable to an insecure deserialization attack through the login cookie. Here's how to hack it. Okay, so the application takes the login cookie, URL decodes it, and base64 decodes it, and then unserializes it directly into an object perm. So dangerous magic methods. The code shows a class with a toString method that could be hacked. No validation. Okay, so object injection to bypass authorization. So craft a malicious serialized object that will make isAdmin return true regardless of actual credentials. So we got our example payload. Let's see. So toString for information disclosure. If the application echoes the error message. Oh, just in case anybody wanted to try this out yourself, this is the challenge we're looking at right here. Here's the link. So this is all... Hacka says, have you ever tried Kali GPT from ChatGPT? No. Agent 57 says it knows you're not telling the truth. I think it knows I'm not telling the... Listen, I am telling the truth. It doesn't think I'm telling the truth because I put in the smiley face. It took the smiley face as some sort of sarcasm. Yeah, Scala Master says DeepSeek is the way to go. Yeah. Anyways, let's continue. Yeah, it sometimes. Anyways, let's go back. Okay, so the steps here: generate the payload using one of the above methods. Set the malicious cookie in your browser curl request. So curl request login equals. Target URL. You should either get admin access or see leaked information in error messages. So if the application uses wake up or destruct methods, these could be hacked as well. So when we're talking about insecure deserialization, I've actually done a little presentation on a bunch of this stuff. So insecure deserialization, web app vulnerability where the web app uses serialized objects in its function but does not do so in a safe manner. So I think Agent 57, why don't you do exclamation point command? I think it's command, right? Let me double check that. Or I think it might be redeem. Anyways, I think I can grab... Yeah, this is the message right here. Hold on. Let me paste it into chat again. Okay, so web app vulnerability where the web app uses serialized objects in its function but does not do so in a safe manner. So serialization is the process of converting programming objects into formats better suited to transmit between applications or across networks. So they're basically using the serialization process to move data around. Agent 57, thank you very much for redeeming the Stellar Jays. Okay, and in this case, when the app needs to use a serialized object, it will use the unserialized function to convert it back into a PHP object. Okay, so if users can get access to the serialized objects and modify them, then an app could be vulnerable to an insecure deserialization attack. Agent 57, we don't have that one, unfortunately. Okay, so such an attack could lead to unauthorized access, dial-out service, remote code execution, and more. And so, I mean, it shouldn't be super difficult to do this one. It should be pretty similar to some of the other stuff that we've seen before.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, so what else do we have? So here we extract the cookie from the web browser and then decode it from base64. This doesn't work in this case. Agent 57 says, I watched this about a week ago. Yeah, I mean, it's a classic movie, and it's pretty relevant to the stuff that's going on these days, because we're dealing with fears that the AI is going to get control over, I don't know, something super important and destroy our lives, or destroy the world. Okay, so what's going on here? I'm not exactly sure how we create the serialized object in this case. But if anybody is wondering what I'm looking at, so this is the section on insecure deserialization that I created over on my GitHub. So I guess we could do arbitrary object injection. We look at the HTTP source for the landing page of the web app. It references an endpoint. We can define the file that we're supposed to delete. We're not deleting in this case. Take the output of the previous command and replace the current cookie. So, I mean, I'm not sure. Okay, so let's go back to DeepSeek. Generate the payload using one of the methods above. Set the malicious cookie in your browser or curl request. So we're creating a cookie. Oh, So, I mean, we want to read a flag, right? That's the, so return get file contents. Okay, so this is the code we got here. And I don't think we need this anymore. Okay, let's create something called, I don't know, test.php, because this is PHP code. So class user, username malicious, password equals payload. Get file contents for the flag, and in this case, the flag is at /flag. So get file contents for /flag. Could it be this simple? Anyways, let's go ahead and save out this PHP code. Okay, so generate the payload, set the malicious cookie, generate the payload. So if we generate the payload, we just run it with PHP. If we just want to run this PHP over here, yeah, this is from the Valhalla game. It's a fun little game about serving serving drinks to people in a cyberpunk city. Okay, let's try something like, I don't know, PHP Online. So we can just run the code inside here. And this is the cookie we get back. We can probably just set this as our cookie inside the application here. I guess we could go over to index.php and then set the cookie inside our web developer tools and then reset the page. It looks like it didn't like that cookie. Okay, let's try going over to authenticate. Firefox extensions, authentication.php. Welcome guest. So apparently we're a guest user right now, so we can change our cookie and see if we can change out our permissions. Okay, so in this case, the cookie name is login. Hacker, you're right. Let's see. Let's go back. We need to create a new cookie. It's called login. Okay, let's try. This doesn't show us anything. Okay. Something went wrong here. Let's try going back to, thank you very much, Mr. 8-Bit. Huh. Now that I've changed the cookie, nothing returns. That's funny. You know what? Let's change the payload to the payload that sets our admin rights to true. So let's see, admin is guest equals false, is admin equals true. Okay, so we'll just try this. and run it. Okay, here's the malicious cookie. And let's go back to
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
index.php. And we'll replace our cookie. Okay, and then doesn't work there. How about authentication.php? Okay, well, I think something went wrong. Hold on, let's go back. Let's go back. So public username, password, public function toString, read sensitive files, return get.
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom.
These firewalls have more... These servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom. Did you know? Okay, so this didn't work. Let's go back. So, I mean, we don't necessarily need to become the administrator user, but I guess that's an option. Agent 57 says, my home lab will be like that soon. Hopefully, yeah. Okay, so... Perm is guest. Perm is guest. Perm is admin. Deserialization error. More for firewalls in the devil's bedroom. Ah, of course. Okay, so let me look back at the notes here. Why can deserialization be insecure? One possible location objects. Okay, so we got the cookies. We could pass it over. We know that the it's the login. You know what? It would be interesting to see if we were passed some sort of login cookie normally. Put login, then base64. Okay, let's take a break. We've got ads running on right now, and let's put on some birds. Okay, thank you very much, Groves Creeper. You are now HackerFrog. All right, we'll be back in about 50 seconds. Just have to have a little water break. Tajin, unfortunately, we don't have a Hack NASA redeem yet. I don't know if I want to hack NASA in the first place, but thank you. Okay, let's put the birds away. Let's see if we can get this deserialization thing going. So what I want. So let's start from the beginning. So what we really want to do is, let me remove these cookies. We'll just remove everything. Okay, then we will go back to the index.php page. Okay, username and password, we don't know any of these. How about guest? Is guest valid? Guest? Invalid login. Okay, so after this, I don't know how to pronounce that name. Something cell? Lane cell. Lane cell? Let me know how to pronounce your name. Thank you. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Thank you. You're now HackerFrog. Okay, so we go over to authentication.php. Welcome guest. Well, I mean, does this give us a cookie? Whoops. Don't want this. Do want to take a look at our web developer tools. So we just get our PHP session ID, but we don't get the login cookie. Lane cell, okay, great. Okay, so go back to login, just takes us back to index.php. So admin. I think you need to attack authentication.phps, not cookie.phps. So authentication.phps, this doesn't... I would feel better if I actually got a login cookie, but we didn't get a login cookie. Yeah, no login cookie. But, I mean, the code is here. Message welcome guests, perm is admin. So class, Why is it rendering the file in a weird way? You know, your guess is as good as mine. I'm not used to using these PHPS files. Okay, so the PHP ends here. So this is the code that's being used. Let's copy this, let's put it in the sandbox. Okay, class access log. Wait, do we want to use the access log? Maybe put the contents of the flag inside the access log? Require once cookie.php. This does seem like something that I've seen in a CTF challenge before. Like appending access.log. Wait, can we look at the access.log file? Let's give it a go. Okay, I mean, I'm not sure. I think you're only allowed to access the magic methods, not the custom ones. ToString is the target. So this is not found. The access.log file exists, but we can't read it. Yeah. I don't think we have local file inclusion. Actually, wait. We might have local file inclusion, because I saw some. Something at index.php.
Mr. Hacknett, please be excused from class.
Well, Kyle,
Yes.
you hear me? You go to
Hack.
you go to
Hack.
you.
Have a great day.
Hope you're having a great day. Okay, so I saw when we came back from authentication.php, then you go back, then suddenly there's this question mark over here, and it gets me thinking that there might be some sort of Mario Tennis. Yeah, I mean Mario Tennis is has this kind of music, yeah. Not necessarily the same thing. Okay, so we might be able to fuzz this for parameters. Okay, let me get the... Whoop. Okay, so we'll filter on size 1413. There might be some parameters that use Arjun to end parameters. I mean, this is just, you know, kind of a far-fetched thing. Even if we could read something through local file inclusion, I mean, the only thing that we would really want to read is maybe the log files. But in this case, it doesn't look like we've got local file inclusion. Ooh, what? Cat ID? Size 0? Catted? What? Hold on. Was that like a fluke? So it's status 100, size 0. Let's run the scan again. Arjun. I've never heard of Arjun before. Is this some sort of local file inclusion tool? Okay, can find query parameters for URL endpoints. I mean, it sounds like a fun tool. It's just this time it came back with list price. I think these are false. These are false positives. Root. Yeah. I mean, I think this is kind of random. I think it's because we're fuzzing it too fast. That's why we're getting some weird results. But yeah, I think what we need to do is we need to focus on how to get our insecure deserialization going. Okay, so login cookie. Bypass authentication. Craft a malicious serialized object that will make isadmin return true regardless of actual credentials. Username, admin, password, anything. Public function isadmin return true. new user. So the new user is going to have all this stuff, including is admin equals true, is guest equals false. But I mean, we tried this. When we fed it to the application, something weird happened. I think it might be, there's something about how we crafted the payload that made it not work out. So the login cookie. Okay, let's try reloading this again. And it just makes everything, it just makes the application break. Here it says invalid login. Coacher.io, hello. Hello? I'm not too sure what this is, Hacka. Let me take a look. Oh, okay. Get malicious cookie, set malicious cookie, go to authentication.php, profit. Echo cookie equals echo cookie, which is equal to this. New access log equals the flag. Oh, interesting. This is a broken challenge. Well, I mean, you know, let me run this. Hacka knows what he's doing. Okay, we got our PHP. Let's run the stuff. So this is okay. So what is this? How is this different? So this time we're creating the access log. And when we go to the authenticate.php code, the authenticate.php page, it's going to give us a welcome message. So malicious object in this case is going to be the new access log, which is at the flag. Then we create a cookie. You know, I'm going to come back to this. Not broken, developer has a bug in the code. Alright, let's try this. So we're currently at authenticate. No, we're not there. Okay, authentication.php. Let's reload the page. Deserialization error, echoCTF, we got the flag. Okay. I'm gonna come back to this. I really need to come back to this to puzzle this out and figure out what exactly is going on with the application. But thank you very much to Hacka and the anonymous code. But alright, let's make sure this is the right thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I tried, well, I didn't, I wasn't working at this as carefully as I should have. But, alright, so everybody, we're going to be ending out in just a little bit, but let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing on Friday. So today is the Wednesday stream. We're going to be doing one more stream this week on Friday, and what are we going to be doing? We're going to be playing the Human Resource Machine. It's an assembly-based game, and it's a lot of fun. The coding kind of reminds me of Scratch, where you need to drag and drop little blocks in place. And then after that, we're going to be doing some Python coding with the Temperance Labs over here, and we're going to be solving more CTF challenges by writing some Python code. And after that, we're going to be continuing our little journey, learning about buffer overflows from Hack the Box. So Hack the Box has a great academy place where you can learn about all sorts of great cybersecurity topics. We've been learning about these stack-based buffer overflows on Linux, and yeah, we're going to be figuring out how to hack those binaries. It's going to be a lot of fun. And the last thing we're going to do is we're going to do some Pwn till dawn. We're going to be doing some Windows hacking challenges. And yeah, so if you don't know the Pwn till dawn website, it's not super well known, but it is a fun little platform where you can hack against network machines. Okay, so everybody on Twitch, let's see if we can find some fun people to raid. So we always look over here at the InfoSec streamers list. We got Cyber Tech Vibes. I don't know who this is, but let's take a look at what they're streaming. Just make sure that that is all good over here. Let's mute this tab. Oh, certain audience. So, Type Lock Poke Rivals with giggles. We're playing Pokemon over here. Okay, it's not exactly what I was expecting, but maybe we can take a look and see if there are any other people who are doing something that's cybersecurity related. Okay, is this down currently? Pwn till dawn? I mean, Pwn till dawn shouldn't be down. Let me check it out real quick. Oh, I think this should be the full link right here. Let me paste that into chat. Okay, I think we will. Let's take a look at what this other user is doing over here. So this user is called Midnight Simon, and I noticed that they do coding. Let's see if they're doing coding right now. So it looks like they're doing some coding. What are they doing? They're doing Vibe Coding Club. So if you want to, if you want to do some coding over there, that's sounds like a fun time. All right, so everybody on Twitch, we're gonna start the raid. It's gonna be please give this message when you arrive from the raid. It's gonna be OSFrog Hip Hop Hack. OSFrog. If you could give this message when you arrive over there, I would really appreciate it. Okay, let's start the raid. It is Midnight Simon. Okay, everybody, we'll be back on Friday. Hope to see you there. But until then, I hope you have a great week, and we will see you next time. Okay, so everybody on YouTube, time to say goodbye, but well, hope to see you on Friday. We'll see you next time here as well.